Let's get this meeting started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission for Monday, April 4th, 2022. Moving down our agenda, we do have an established quorum this evening, and I would move for a motion on any approved minutes for March 21st, 2022.
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the minutes of March 7th, 2022.
Okay, I have a first, I have a second.
Second.
Okay, Billy and then Travis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? All right. Commission number 3, it says recognizing person and not an agenda. For tonight, I would actually like to ask if we can remove that from the agenda this evening due to the amount of items we have to discuss. Good?
Good.
Okay, perfect. Before we get into any of the public hearing and action, there's a couple of things for the public that I would like to just kind of do some housekeeping rules. Due to the amount of items on tonight's agenda, we are going to ask that there will be no duplicate testimonies this evening, that there will be no yelling or rude behavior. There's no personal attacks towards the commission or anybody else in the audience. You will be limited to a 3-minute time limit. You cannot give your time to another person in the audience. There will be one reminder if this cannot be followed, and then you will be asked to vacate the premises. And finally, please understand that we are a recommended body. That is it. So whatever we do tonight will be recommended to the city council. We are not a decision-making body. We are a recommending body, so please keep that in mind. With that being said, I would like to go ahead and open up our first public and hearing action item tonight, which is a comprehensive plan amendment for the impact fees for the City of Mountain Home. Application is PZ 2168, a comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Mountain Home, Idaho, by the addition of the City of Mountain Home Police, Fire, Parks, and Streets Departments, impact fee studies, and capital improvement plans as Appendix N. Mr. Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to immediately yield the time to Ann Westcott. She's with Galena Consulting. She is the third party who the city hired in order to analyze our impact fees and help us with our capital improvement plans and ultimately help the city council make a final recommendation. Can you hear me, Ann?
Yes, I can.
Alrighty, Ann. So we just opened up everything and you have the floor for your presentation, and then hopefully we'll get to some questions that any of the planning and zoning commissioners have.
Wonderful, thank you. Commission members, thank you for giving me this time this evening. You have an important role in the impact fee process, and I wanted to bring you up to date with what we have done thus far. You've had impact fees in place for over 10 years, and the last time we updated them was 2015. We're supposed to be updating the fees every 5 years, and obviously with the pandemic, we're off about a year. But we were in the place where we needed to update the fees to meet this requirement. We also needed to acknowledge the fact that the rate of growth and the pattern of development within your city have changed since 2015. More significantly, construction costs have very significantly increased. So the costs we were using for capital before were not adequate. In that period of time, we also have new leadership and new directors of some of the departments. And so it was a really good time for us to update the information that we had. Just to make sure that everyone knows what we are talking about, impact fees are only paid for by new development. So if you're going to add on to your house or build a shed, that's not going to be an impact fee. It will be a new house or a new non-residential development. And the fees are only to support capital infrastructure. So we could build a fire station, but we cannot use impact fees to buy the firefighters or to pay for salaries. The fees are calculated to cover a proportionate share of the capital cost of growth. So part of my job is to make sure that we're not just throwing out all of the capital needs we have and asking development to pay for them. We're identifying the specific portions of capital that is needed because of growth, and incorporating those in the development impact fees. Legal process, the part that's the most important here is the part in red. The Planning and Zoning Commission is a very important part of this process. After I do my original demographic analysis and meet with the departments in developing their capital improvement plans, we then meet with the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee, and that's 5 members of your city who represent development and general taxpayers or citizens as well. Once they give their recommendation about the adoption of the plans and the fees, and they have given the city council a recommendation to adopt these new fees, then we come to you, planning and zoning, and your part of the process is to ensure that the capital improvement plans that we are proposing are consistent with Mountain Home's comprehensive plan. So that is why we're doing this presentation and having this public hearing tonight. The 7 questions that we really kind of encapsulate this entire process are getting an understanding of who we currently serve, how many people, households, and non-residential square feet are in Mountain Home, and what's the current service level, how many police officers do we have per population, how many acres of parks, how fast do we get to emergency calls, how congested are our streets. Then I ask how much capital is required to facilitate the current level of service, and we know we have police stations and fire stations and parks and roadways, and then we get a calculation of how much existing residents have already paid in, just to understand the fact that property taxpayers have paid for capital since the beginning of the city. The next 3 questions are really the impact fee study, which is identifying what amount of growth we anticipate to come, how many houses, how much single and multifamily, and how much non-residential square footage. Then I meet with each of the departments to identify what we need to build or buy to continue that current level of service as you grow, and that is the CIP. And then the simple math, the numerator of what you need to build or buy divided by who is coming. And that is the full cost recovery per unit. Are there any questions about the methodology that we go through? All right, we'll start in with the growth projections. I use several different demographic resources for growth projections. We use the census and then 2 independent demographic entities. And all of them essentially were telling us that the city of Mountain Home was growing by about 1% a year from 2010 to 2019, and then 10% from 2019 to 2020. Obviously, then we are extrapolating for 2 more years on top of that. What's more important is identifying what your actual building permit history has been over the last 10 years. And when we do that, particularly looking at the last 5 years, plus talking with city staff about what projects are already in the pipeline, have been platted, etc., we feel confident that an annual 4% growth rate is going to be accurate, or at least adequate at this point for the city. The good thing is that we look at these projections every year and we update them as more and more information comes to us. If we've done a good job of identifying every house's share of the cost of capital, then it won't matter if we're growing faster or slower, because everyone will still be paying their fair share. Generally, over the next 10 years, we see the city adding about 7,000 people, which is about 2,500 new households, primarily single-family households, and another 1.5 million square feet of non-residential land use. So now I'd like to go through the capital improvement plan, since this is really what your hearing is about this evening. When we are talking about police, we are identifying how many officers there are per 1,000 population. And as we identify that you're going to have 7,000 more people, based on your current level of service, you'll need to hire another 10 officers over the next 10 years to be able to keep the same ratio of officers per population. And in order to have these officers, we need to have space to accommodate them. So this $1.7 million here is going to pay for either a substation or an expansion of current space to house these officers. It's 100% growth. We would need to build this if we weren't hiring more officers. We need to replace 32 patrol vehicles, but replacement, remember, is not impact fee eligible, so that cost goes over here into the other sources side, which generally means property tax revenues. But we do need to buy additional patrol vehicles for these 10 new officers, and those are impact fee eligible. Again, replacing weapons and radios, not impact fee eligible, but buying weapons and radios for the 10 new officers is. So out of this $4 million CIP for the police department, about 2.25 million is impact fee eligible. Any questions about the police capital improvement plan? Obviously, if the question is whether or not it aligns with your comprehensive plan, it's whether or not the comprehensive plan imagines that the police level of service would continue as your community grows.
Hold on one moment, Ann. Mr. Chair, Planning and Zoning Commissioners, do you have any specific questions specifically right now pertaining to the police CIP?
And I do have one question. On page 15 in your report, it does say that as shown above, we've calculated impact fees for the Mountain Home Police Department as $663 per residential unit and 37 cents per non-residential square foot. Can you explain that just a little bit for me?
Why we divide it that way, or what the calculation is?
What the calculation is, excuse me.
So we would have taken the $2.2 million and we would have divided it by these 2,559 households and the 1.5 million non-residential square feet. So 75% of the 2.2 million goes to residential, 25% of it goes to non-residential. And then this total amount, again, is divided out 75 by 25 and then divided by the 2,500 homes and the 9.5 non-residential. And that's how you end up with the number you've just quoted.
Thank you.
Ann, please proceed.
Let's talk about fire then. All right, we know that level of service for fire is how fast they can get to a 911 call. So this is not just about the number of stations, but really whether the stations are in the right place. And as Mountain Home continues to expand and grow and development is coming in different geographic locations, we talked to the fire department about their needs. They need a new fire station, a freestanding fire station, $2.5 million. That entire station is only needed because of the growth that's projected over the next 10 years. They're also looking at a new substation that they would partner with the fire district, and it will be on the kind of periphery of the city boundaries. That $675,000 project would be shared half and half between the rural fire district and the city. In order to, obviously having a station with no engines in it is more like a garage. So we'll need to be purchasing 2 additional structural engines and 1 squad vehicle, and those amounts are impact fee eligible. Replacing existing squad vehicles and engines, the replacement is not. And then for the additional, we'll have 12 additional firefighters coming on to the city over the next 10 years. In order to staff this new fire station, they will all need their own SCBAs or self-contained breathing apparatus. Because those items of equipment last for 10 years, they are impact fee eligible, as are these 2 amounts. So you'll see here that out of a $6.5 million impact fee, CIP, and we take off the amount that's going to come from the rural fire district, of the $6.1 million, $4.5 million of it is because of growth, and the remainder of it is replacement. You'll see here there's an amount that's in impact fee fund balance. So we've been collecting fund balance as we go and spending it. And this is the current amount that I'm taking off the top so that we don't double count those. There are questions about fire?
Billy?
Yes, ma'am. You said we would add 10 new employees. Is that, since we have a volunteer fire department, and would that be a full-time equivalent, or would that still be volunteer firefighters for the 10 you're adding? Or is there a tripwire of the residents? What level of population does it require, in your experience, that we require a full-time staff to beef it up from a volunteer?
This isn't necessarily identified that it's full-time. It could be volunteer or paid firefighters. There just have to be 12 bodies that operate out of this station. 12 is how much it takes to run this shift to go 24/7 and then to have backup as well. So we're just counting that these 12 people, whether they're paid or volunteer, will need those FDBAs. And I don't know if the chief is there, but that's certainly a question for what the city's long-term plans are in terms of staffing. They would have to have quite a bit of additional property tax generated to be able to staff. A news station costs about $1.5 million a year to staff. So I unfortunately am only looking at the CIP side and not the operational side.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Please continue.
All right. So parks, Mountain Home has a very nice parks infrastructure already in place. When we do impact fees for parks, we first talk about how many acres per thousand we have. As we looked at the acres per thousand, even though you were going to be growing by 7,000 people, what the city and the advisory committee felt was that instead of buying large new pieces of bare ground, paying to irrigate and grass them and then put improvements on them, that it was better and more financially prudent, particularly so that you could reduce the amount of watering you were doing to the grass, put your impact fee money into amenities that support growth. The feeling was there was enough of open space, but we needed more trails, playgrounds, ball courts, for example. So there's a $2 million capital item here to do that throughout the city. The specific sites have not been identified, but will as the city goes along. And then also the new recreation center that has been discussed by the city. 1/3 of that will be growth related, and then the rest of it will need to come from other city sources. Same for the pickleball courts. That's kind of a new thing that people are very much interested in, and so the city's intent to add a pickleball court, because they don't have one now, it's somewhat of a deficiency, and so we'll have growth pay for part of it and taxpayers pay for the other part. In addition, updating the tennis courts and adding restrooms in parks. Those items are partially deficiencies because they are either not there or they are not in the right condition. But at the same time, they will be upgrading the tennis courts. They'll be adding more courts and adding more restrooms. And so half of those costs will go to growth and the other half property taxpayers. The splash pad for $854,000 would be somewhat growth eligible, but it is going to be funded in a partnership with the Urban Renewal. Planning also to build a new pool, a very expensive item. That funding is anticipated to come from a match. And so there are a lot of options on here that might be growth related, but for which we are not going to collect impact fees because other funding sources have been identified. So $11.5 million capital improvement plan, $3.6 million of it is impact fee eligible. And the remainder is either replacement or projects the city has that they will use other sources for. So this is one in particular, I think Planning and Zoning Commission members, when they think of the comp plan, you think about the parks section in your comp plan and whether or not this approach to supporting growth is consistent with your comp plan.
Sure, Chair. Any thoughts pertaining to this portion of the capital improvement plan that's being presented?
Commission?
Thank you, Anne. Please continue.
All right, streets. This one is always interesting because as you're growing, and particularly where you're growing, you're putting more trips on the road and that's creating more congestion. And so the city identified what their priority roadway projects were over the next 10 years and their priority intersection projects. They're identified or estimated by year, and the total cost has been determined by engineering. These percentages, how do we figure out what percentage of growth, has to do with the amount of the project that is repairing existing roadway and the amount of addition. So on North 6th East widening, some of that project, 60% of that project will be improvements to the existing road bed. The other 40% is the cost for widening the road. So growth will pay for widening the road, and general tax dollars will pay for the improvements to the existing road bed. And we go the same way here. Now, Southwest Autumn is a new road. That road would not be built except for the demands of growth in the future. So that's 100% impact fee eligible. Same for City View Drive traffic signal. That would be 100% eligible, and Highway 51 in Smith. But some of these others, if they are getting close right now to being what transportation engineers call warranted, then we give a little bit of credit for the fact that they're approaching deficiency, and some portion of that should be paid for by existing taxpayers. And then this equipment is just to be able to support the infrastructure that's being added over the 10 years. $11.4 million in the CIP, 10 million of it is growth related, and 1.2 million of it is not growth related. Now, if the development was going in and they agreed in their development approval to do a part of any of these projects, they would be credited against their impact fees, so we would not be able to have them pay twice.
Commission?
Thank you, Ann. Please proceed.
And that is it, actually, I believe. Yes. So I can stand for questions now.
Okay, that being said, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody who would like to...
Really
Yes.
quick, because I believe Ann may only have 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so if that's the end of her presentation, that's the end of it. She can go and then people can offer testimony.
Okay.
But is there anything else that this
Commissioner,
body
do you have anything
would like
else
to hear
for
from Ann?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Before you go, Ann, thank you first for a very well put together and easily understandable presentation. My only hang up with this, and I understand everything you just went through, I've been looking at this for 4 days, and for the life of me, I can't come up with a 48% growth rate for this town. Now, of course, as you know, and probably this commission knows from looking at the census data at various sources of the population growth of Mountain Home, depending on where you go, you come up with different numbers. The U.S. Census actually has a 2020 population of Mountain Home, Idaho as 15,979. I think that's where we're getting this 12% growth from between, now that's the 12.48% growth is between 2010 and 2020, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Well, we don't have 16,000 people in this town, according to this report that your company put together. 2021, we have a population of 14,684. So if we take those numbers and crunch them, and I'll just get right to the point because I know you got to go, I'm coming up with the most substantial growth in those years between 2019 and 2020 of 3.76%, not 10%. So if we're going to go with a 10%, the 10% you gave me in your email through Brock, because I had some questions, the average to sustainability of a 4% growth rate over the course of time, I mean, you're talking about, what did it say, 7,050 people in 10 years? That's pretty incredible. You know, the 2020 comprehensive plan, even they have a moderate and they have a bold model for their projections. Their bold model only shows 281 new residents per year, which is basically half of well, it's less than half of the expected growth rate that you're projecting, or your company in this report's projecting, of 705 people per year. So that's my only hang up is the major difference in the numbers that I'm coming up with population growth. And since the the CIP is all hinged on the projected growth and the development that comes with that growth, the bottom line of these percentages of increases for the impact fees dollar-wise is huge.
Yes, thank you. That's an excellent question. And a couple of clarifications. I'm not using the 10% number. I know that's not sustainable. The 4% number not only statistically can be sustainable as we look at the last several years, but it's not only the building permit pressure that you've had the last several years, it's the increase in multifamily that's projected, but primarily it's a lot of us working with staff to identify what projects, what kind of subdivisions are platted, and that information is what gave us that population projection. Now, certainly it could be lowered, and if it were lowered, if we lower the growth, we'll also lower the capital improvement plan. But some of those things can't be taken off the list because it's not only population based. So having a less healthy growth rate actually will increase fees because you'll be dividing it by fewer people. So we were trying to use a fiscally sustainable yet portable projection. And again, you've been seeing a 4%, at least in your building permits, and if that doesn't continue, it will be important for the city to update this as well, and we would reduce the growth. I mean, if growth just stopped, we'd reduce it, we'd take things off the capital improvement plan.
Mr. Chairman.
I know that it's hard to believe, even 4% is hard to believe, but I would say in Ada County, I'm using between 5 and 7%, and over the last 10 years, that actually is what it has been. So I agree with your surprise.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, you said that using a lower number of population growth would actually increase impact fees. Can you explain to me how that would happen? Because isn't the population growth, isn't the development hinged to the amount of projected population?
It is. It's not always one-to-one, for example. So let's say instead of 7,000 people, you had 5,000 people. But the 5,000 people are going to be moving into an area that cannot be served fast enough by the existing fire station. So they'll still need to build a $4 million fire station. But I'm going to divide that cost by 2,000 houses instead of 2,500 houses. And that math just means that the cost per house goes up. So we've connected the CIP with 7,000 people and 2,500 homes. If the growth is much less than that, we would want to take, some of the projects off the CIP, but some of the big ticket ones, like a fire station, aren't connected to population, they're connected to geography. And so that fee would just still be the same amount of money, but divided by less growth, which would make a higher outcome.
I understand, thank you.
And I'm sorry, but I have to go do this for Nampa right now. So good luck to you all.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate your time.
Okay.
Okay, that being said then, we'll go ahead and open up to public hearing. If anybody would like to come and offer your 3 minutes, please feel free to come forward.
Good evening. Commissioners, I already signed in. My name is Misty Pierce. I live in the Donna subdivision. I did email you guys some stuff, but I also got some new information, and I kind of wanted to reiterate. I don't know if you guys all had time to read what I submitted this morning. From what I understand, the base is going to be bringing in about 1,000 men from Qatar over for training like they do with the Singaporeans. They may have families, they may have wives. If you times that by 2 children and a wife, that's up to almost 4,000 people. That is and it's a 5-year contract. That is going to create a large influx of population. And then I just wanted to reiterate on what I did submit to you guys. You cannot recuperate a net loss with taxes that would naturally occur from property taxes that's required by law. If you're starting off with a net deficit because of a waiver or reduction in fees, it will always be a net deficit, and that will be passed down to the existing residents, and that's what the impact fees are trying to stop from happening, which could end up pushing a lot of the lower income folks out of town because they won't be able to pay for stuff, or property taxes are on the rise. I would hate to see you guys be blamed for that because you made an improper or uneducated or whatever decision because you want to push this through to get houses built. I understand we need houses built. Other cities are charging anywhere from $6,000 to $7,000 on their impact fees, and I believe Ada County is up to $13,000 per unit, depending on what kind of unit is going in. So I didn't get a bottom baseline, but it told me up to $13,000. And the city manager, budget manager for Boise said that the most misunderstood aspect of impact fees is that they are a one-time fee for capital improvements and they do not cover ongoing operating rates. And then also the city council didn't want to waive or lower it at, in the past, when it was only $2,400, when Mark Bryant was on city council, they didn't even waive the fees for the Richard McKenna Montessori School. It was impossible to get anything exempt except for nonprofit organizations, and the city council argued immensely on that, on waiving fees and lowering fees. So if you lower these or waive these fees, you may see a loss in those who have been here for many years. You may end up with infrastructure that is broken, that can't be fixed, and kind of like our treatment facility center needs replaced. It's been needing replaced, and we don't have the money to replace that. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David. Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Phil Wiest. I'm with Ginn Group out of Vancouver, Washington. We hope to be developing the Turner House Depot project. I submitted a letter I hope you got. If not, I brought copies with me. And I'm not going to go through the letter in detail. You'll have time to read that. I guess what I want to focus on is not the impact fee study itself. I understand how comprehensive plans work and capital facilities planning works, and capital facilities planning and the importance of having a capital improvement program that's fully funded for growth. That's a challenge before the city. Any decision about a fee increase, I think, has to be put in the context of the city's larger goals. And I can tell you that there are economic forces at work that make projects like Turner House Depot very difficult to deliver. Our costs of vertical construction, our costs of horizontal construction, all the civil infrastructure have gone up tremendously over the last year, and we don't see any sign of that abating. It's just going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to deliver additional housing to Mountain Home, and I think you guys have a very difficult issue in front of you in terms of determining what the city's priorities are and how you balance between fees, the capital improvement program, and the growth and the housing that you need for the base. So I can tell you that any increase in fees, I think, will jeopardize the Turner House Depot project. I'm not going to speak for any other projects, but that's where we are, and I thought that was important information to share with the Commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
Commissioners, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm Dan Weitz. I live in Wilder, Idaho. We're substantial landowners here, and I wanted to bring up to you a few facts that I think Ms. Westcott has in error. And I'd like to congratulate the Commissioner on the end for, he picked up on some of the math errors in there. There is no way you're going to have a four-fold increase in the population growth in Mountain Home. There's just no way, from 1% to 4. What this takes into account is a lot of the multifamily housing and housing that's been approved through the planning process and in the council. So nearly 1,000 units. None of that has been built. It's all been approved. The reason it hasn't been built is Mountain Home is an unproven market. It's not that these guys don't want to build it. They can't borrow the money. Mountain Home we need to have some successes down here. So when the lady before talks about Ada County or Boise City or Nampa or Caldwell, I have land in all those jurisdictions. The Ada County, the Boise City EDU fees and impact fees are $8,200. Napa and Caldwell are both about $7,500 to $8,000. Currently, you're at $11,000, so you're higher than the proven markets right now. And that's a challenge when it comes to trying to finance a project. So Turner House, and I worked very closely with Ginn, and then we've got another larger one that we want to bring in that's a buffer along the industrial park, specifically for rental housing for Mountain Home Air Force Base. But if we have to pay an additional $5,000 in impact fees, or wherever you happen to settle on, I don't think that project's going to be viable. Property taxes are what fund local government. And if you increase the impact fees and kill the project, one, you don't get the impact fees, and secondly, you don't get the property taxes. The timing of an increase right now couldn't be worse. With everything you're seeing in the media, the Fed's trying to raise rates, they're going to try to have a soft landing. Well, there's probably a couple of you here that remember the Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter days when they tried to have a soft landing 40 years ago. That didn't work so well. That was a hard landing. We had 18% interest rates. The next couple of years are going to be pretty difficult. So my request of you is to continue this down the road, and when things get better, let's take a look at increasing the fees. For right now, we just need to have some successes. Get some projects funded, get them in the ground, get the property taxes coming in. Your cost of doing business is going to increase as same as everybody else's. Fuel increases. If we don't get these property taxes in here, then you guys are going to have cash flow problems, just like everybody. So, anyway, any questions for me? I'll leave you guys alone.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Council, I appreciate your time. My name's Eddie Wilson. As some of you know, recently retired from the Air Force after 20 years, chose this community, love this community, and decided to put my entire retirement on the line to try to develop in this community. And these impact fees are astronomical and crazy and definitely going to affect our ability to develop. So with that, I want you to know, development must pay for development, but nothing else. What Ms. Westcott stated tonight and in previous meetings with the City Council, there are several inaccuracies in it. She's talking about the infrastructure that is needed for growth and that it must be proportionate and a fair share, but her numbers are completely out of whack. She put together a wish list, not taking into account the actual amount. For instance, on the Southwest Autumn Drive, which is a highly disputed road right now, whether it's in the city of Mountain Home, whether it's in the county, whether it's a private road, whatever it is, she put $4 million down for that. 40% of what she's talking about for the roads. And you guys know you're not going to pay for a penny of that road because development has to put in that road themselves. So we already have a $4 million error just showing up out there. So we're talking about, comparison some different cities, our EDUs and our impact fees, when you add them together, as Dan said, $11,000 compared to Boise at $8,000. Theirs is a lot more expensive to build and develop up there as opposed to ours. Why are we looking at 50% higher than what they're looking at? Now, costs truly do matter. Love's was going to put in a truck station over here, and they pulled out even after getting a $175,000 fee waiver because the costs they didn't pencil out. You got to buy the land, you got to put in the services, the roads, the water, the sewer, the infrastructure. You got to pay all these fees and the professional fees, materials and labor on the project that I'm partnering with some individuals to build. $15 million. That's a small project here in town. Ginn Group, quite a bit more than that. But these fees are astronomically high. With the current interest rates, doubling, instead of being 52% that you're going to pay in interest over the life of the loan, now you're looking at paying 119% in interest, essentially doubling the cost of a project, going from $8 million in interest to $18 million in interest just on this one small project. Whenever you are selling a house, you can immediately recover that impact fee and just pass it on to the homeowner. Here's an extra $5,000 for your house, just because the city thought that they needed it. But if you're building rentals, something that's attainable, that extra $5,000 amortized over the life of the loan comes out to an extra $12,000, and that's rent that has to be increased and made much higher for people to be able to afford to live here. It's very difficult for people to afford to live here, and the new residents are going to suffer. So we must not subsidize the current residents by putting in these incredibly high impact fees, but make sure that the property taxes, which the people who are renting don't get that property tax exemption, will not lose to that extra $1,000 a year in taxes. I got you, boss.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yes. My name is June Zillish, and I live out there near this proposed site.
Hold on, ma'am. We're not talking about that one right now. That's coming up, though.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We'll get you neck on that one for sure. We're talking about impact fees right now. Just the impact fees. Come on up.
So, my name's Don Guest. So, I'm not against anything becoming for the town and growing. But what are we gonna do? Do we have enough infrastructure to handle these people, our water, our sewer, lagoons? The money allocated, is that gonna go to each of these departments, our needed officers, the fire department, our city staff, our county staff? Let's see, how many traffic lights are we gonna have to put in to take care of some of these areas? Has that been studied? Is this infrastructure there for that yet? I don't know. What about our mail, our post office? What are we gonna do there? We're gonna have to increase them guys too. They all need to work, you know, but we do need a few homes, but what about these military homes? I'm not against the military or anything. Who's gonna take care of these homes and keep them up? If it's just strictly for the military? Are them guys gonna get in there and do the maintenance on them and stuff? How many new roads we're gonna have to rebuild and to do a lot of this? For all this new stuff that's not already in place. Are you guys prepared for all that? In a way. I mean, we have to truck, unless they come over here and bring our gravel and stuff over here, they gotta truck that oil and asphalt from Boise to here and set up a plant to do any of our roads. Whether it be concrete, well, our concrete plant could partially handle as a very small version of it, but asphalt-wise, they can't even begin to do without setting up a big plant. What about, I'm sure if I'm running out of time. So if they build these thousands of homes, are these all going to be just single families, or are they going to be elderly people to mix together, or what? We got a lot of seniors out there and a lot of retired veterans and stuff that are handicapped, and they're going to need places to go. And we have a park full of them here now, I think.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Lonnie Black.
Like,
I have many questions. I want to make sure this doesn't turn into the rec district where we start collecting impact fees and we're chasing the dog and we can't catch it. So my question is, when we're saying $2 million or something for the police department, is that today's money? And if it is, what are we going to do 10 years from now when we get the money collected? do we have some kind of a inflation-protected bond we're going to invest this money in, some way we can protect this so 2020's money is comparable in 2030, so we're protected. And I just want to say, this isn't the Roman Empire. We don't have to have growth to keep this empire going. We've been paying our own way as a community already. So if it's a good deal today, it'll be a good deal tomorrow as well. I want to make sure we make smart, prudent decisions, and we don't hear pressure from developers saying, you got to lower this, you got to do this, because if not, you guys aren't going to be able to pay your way. We've been paying our way as a community. And I just want to make sure we make smart decisions with our money and our future. We get one opportunity to do it. We don't want to be pressured and go, oh, man, we shouldn't have done that. And then for the chief, I'm wondering, could he get smaller police officers? We wouldn't be intimidated when we got pulled over, and we could have a smaller station. Save a couple dollars.
I'll work on that.
Thank you.
Lonnie, you come sign this real quick.
Thank you.
Oh, you already did?
Already signed it.
Signed it, okay. I just wanted your autograph.
Anybody else this evening? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for that one as well. Commission. Let's have a conversation.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cherry might be able to help me with this question. Are impact fees plus EDUs higher than Ada County?
Ada County. So
I mean, I heard a $11,000 figure, but that's not the figure I have in front of me for the, well, this is just the impact fee proposal, though, right?
yes, with everything that is proposed, currently they are higher. I believe in Miss Westcott's report, she has though projected fees for everyone else. So right now, we are one of the first municipalities in the area to undergo a reanalysis of our impact fees. Right now, she's at Nampa's doing the same, Meridian's doing the same, Boise's doing the same. So at the moment, with us being the first ones, I believe, yes, we would be substantially higher than some of our counterparts.
So, well, just to finish that, I mean, I'm not seeing $11,000 though, or even a higher. Well, I'm looking at Boise. I'm not looking at Ada County. I'm looking at cities. But this draft, as an example, per single-family residential unit, and we only differentiate between single-family residential unit and multifamily. We don't differentiate between square footage and so forth in this impact fee report. So the single-family residential unit, as an example, is the proposal is to increase it to $55.58 per single-family residential unit, right? Where's the other $6,000 or $5,000 coming from?
So those fees, and Richard Keaty can speak to these, those are hookup fees, EDU fees, water rights fees.
So an EDU fee for water is $2,450, and for wastewater it's $4,200.
So is it generally accurate, the statement then, that with those added fees, we would be higher than many of these other cities?
I have not looked at the cost of the bill because what you're asking is the total.
The total
EDU,
cost,
like
right.
everything.
Right.
Everything I need to do before I build a home, and that analysis has not been done for other municipalities.
Because what I was looking at is impact fee alone, we're at $1,150 per single family unit. Or single family unit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Proposing a 383% increase, a $4,400 change. Well, that $1,150 is like 5 times lower or more than most of all these cities I'm looking at, to include Boise, Nampa, Ada, Meridian, Caldwell, and all that. We're 5 times lower than in impact fees currently. So we'd be right in line with them with these. Now, I don't think we're right in line with them as a city as far as, I think we're above them as livability, but I mean, you know, as far as drawing people, right? The amenities and so on and so forth, which brings me back to my growth problem. I don't dispute, I don't disagree that impact fees probably need to be increased. I mean, we're not even close to any of these cities currently at $1,000. But I have a real big problem with increasing them to the percentages that is being requested based on the percentage of growth that I came up with. And I understand what she was saying about the fire department. But I still don't think that development will be driven to the levels that we would need that kind of capital improvement because the numbers are so incredibly far off. So, again, I think our impact fees are incredibly low right now. I think that's why maybe we got a lot of developers looking at Mountain Home. And that's great. I don't dispute that we've had significant growth these last couple years. That's where that 4% came from, but I don't think we could hold on to that kind of 4% growth. It's just not sustainable in my opinion. And from what I'm looking at, including the comprehensive plan, doesn't even think it's going to happen. So that's where I'm at with it. I just needed to know about that $11,000 thing. So we're talking about all of the hookups combined.
Correct.
With this proposal of impact fee increase. Got it.
So Mark, can I ask you a question then? Would you say that we are in need of services and the facilities, public facilities, you are in favor of impact fees being raised, however, the current suggested one is not at a reasonable cost?
I think the city's incredibly far behind us, Mr. Chairman, on assessing impact fees and incrementally increasing them as the need is as needed. I think we're very, very low. I mean, look at these, average is $5,000, some of them are upwards of $10,000 impact fees. We're at $1,000. It's very low. So, yeah, I think they do need to go. But I mean, go up we certainly have had an increase in growth. We're going to, and we have a significant increase in development, or at least proposed development. But I don't see growth levels at 4.3% or 4.1% or whatever the number they finally came up with. When we're talking about 48% increase over 10 years, over 7,000 people. That's an incredible number. I don't see it happening. I understand what we've just seen the last couple of years. I mean, maybe. But if you look at actual historical data, World Population View, for instance, shows, and that's one of the sources that Ann cited as using, they show a current population of 14,745 with a current growth projection of current growth that is collectively over the course of 10 years at 0.42%. That's a hell of a lot less than 4.2%. Or 0.42%. Now, I think if we get realistic and we look at the numbers based on, say, 2019 through 2021, we're probably being generous at a 2%.
Nancy?
I have a couple questions. When the report was done for the city for the increases, does it take into account industrial growth? And I don't mean actual buildings and how much they would pay in impact. What I'm talking about is businesses moving here, manufacturing like Marathon did, years ago. So do they take that into account as being a draw, not just putting up more apartments or houses or anything, because we think, do we take into account the reason our growth is going to be? Because I haven't heard anything about that, because I anticipate that we will. It's one of those catch-22 things I always think about it, is that you have industries that are looking, and we have them all the time. This is a prime area for manufacturing. And they don't come a lot of times because there's no housing for future employees, no things that they can do that way, and I'm always concerned, in my mind, we're always behind as far as providing that. So that, for what it's worth, is something I think we can consider. And I don't know, I'm always suspicious of numbers because they're always so statistically, like when you're talking about the world, the thing, when was that done? I don't think even the comprehensive plan, when we were doing it 2 and 3 years ago, ever even anticipated this of what we're doing right now. Because you can't look into the future that way other than using statistics. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all, but it's such an unknown. It really is.
Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioners, that was part of it that was on that page 11, the current and future land uses. So that was at 75-25% that we used.
For the comprehensive?
Well, to put this together, so if you look at that, it had the residential and then the non-residential, so you can see what they were thinking about the net, that was that net growth. So it was the 1.5 million square feet. That was what they were looking at for over 10 years.
Okay.
So that's how they took that in consideration, the 75-25. I think that answers your question. I think that's what you were asking, so.
Yeah, I was just,
So just real quick on the comparison of impact fees to other jurisdictions is very difficult to make an apples to apples comparison. Not all jurisdictions charge for all eligible services. This is particularly true in Ada County. So in Ada County, you have a countywide highway district by statute. It assesses and collects its own impact fees, and has in fact done so prior to the enactment of the development impact fee or statute. So Ada County Highway District impact fees are on top of City of Boise development impact fees. In addition, the City of Boise has a private water system and not a public water system. I don't know what their hookup fees are. So you're going to get, some cities don't collect impact fees for parks. Mountain Home currently doesn't collect impact fees for parks. Some cities have decided that parks aren't part of it. So when you say City X only charges X amount and City Y charges this amount, you just need to be careful that you're looking at it. In addition, City of Boise, I note, charges impact fees for residential by square footage and not by whole residential unit. So just to keep that in mind, if you're trying to make a comparison, it's very difficult to make an apples to apples. And I would hesitate to include, I mean, it's true that the cost for the water development and the sewer development impact fee or connection fees here, but if you're just, the narrow question before you is the development impact fees, then you should assess those as they are. And making comparisons to other cities may or may not be helpful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just 2 points of clarification. Nancy, all the data I looked at, I tried to stay right in 2020, or up to 2020, updated as of 2020. The impact fees, right, as Jeff mentioned, I saw that. I did a lot of learning about how these calculations are done. They do charge per square foot. This is specifically not done in this report. But they all generally fund the police, fire, roads, and some parks, some not parks. I don't think they're too far off, at least in my opinion, just as a general comparison as a non-builder looking at it from that side. That's how I'm looking at it, kind of as the layman. Where do I want to go to build? Where can I build and keep the fees as low as possible? Perhaps we're higher than some other city that appears to be higher than us right now when we combine all the EDUs and the other hookup fees and so forth. I'm speaking specifically impact fees. So I think, while it's not certainly exact science, and I'll tell you right now, population growth estimations, that has no exact science whatsoever. Every single government site you go to, news article that cites the U.S. Census, every one of them are off by a certain margin, some wildly off, like the U.S. Census 2020. And just also as a point of clarification, the U.S. Census Bureau has changed the way they do the census since the last census. There is countless articles talking about concern of the accuracy or inaccuracies, overcounts and undercounts, of the way they did it. I couldn't begin to sit here and get into the nuts and bolts of how they changed it, but they ain't knocking on doors no more. I think that's why we ended up with a 16,000 projected population in Mountain Home, Idaho for 2020, when we're essentially 1,200 people off by the go-to website, right, the U.S. Census Bureau. So I just don't see, looking at, you go from 2010 to 2019 or even 2015, there's pretty much a flat line in Mountain Home. Everybody knows we've had significant growth, but has it been 4.2% significant over those say 15 to 21? I don't think so. That's not the numbers I'm coming up with.
Yes, sir.
If I might, one more thing. So Mr. Black had a question of the commission, or just a question in general about allocation and earmarking the fees, and I put up the relevant, or had Brock put up the relevant statute. So this statute provides that they shall be maintained in an interest-bearing account. They have to be earmarked specifically for the purpose for which they were collected by statute. An annual accounting and an audit has to be conducted, and they have to be expended within 8 years. They may hold the fees longer than 8 years if they identify in writing a reasonable cause why they should be held longer than 8 and an anticipated date by which they will be expended, but in no event greater than 11. And at some point in here, I think if they're not spent, they've got to be refunded.
They are.
Mhm.
So, anyway, to answer, so no waiver district hoarding or
I think my last question, Mr. Chairman, it would be probably for Brock, if I could get clarification on, are we going to look at, or we look at impact fees every 5 years?
Every 5 years, yes. That is per the state statute.
Right.
However, as a staff member, recognizing we live in very odd times, it probably wouldn't hurt to review this next year, to look at it every 6 months, to keep our finger on the pulse, given that we are in a time where it is very unpredictable.
Doesn't the committee look at it every year though?
Yes, but the Impact Fee Advisory Board is supposed to review the impact fees on an annual basis.
And any changes in these predictions that drive these numbers, these impact fee numbers, could they be changed year to year as they look at it?
Yes, the
Up
Impact
or
Fee
down?
Advisory Board is able to make recommendations if they see anything substantial change, if the world's going to end or not, and what we need to do. They can then recommend those necessary changes to the body, and then we can amend the capital improvement plan if needed, and if needed, change the amounts of said fees.
put up 8205.
Oh, that's not it. 65.
67.
Yeah. You just said it. File periodic reports at least annually with respect to the COP and report to the governmental entity any perceived inequities in implementing the plan or imposing development impact fees. Advise the governmental entity of the need to update or revise. So any of these assumptions, if they start to go awry, that body can come back to you with a revision.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauerwald, I also think it's worth mentioning that the makeup of your advisory fee committee is very important. The intention of the statute provided by the Idaho State Legislature is to ensure that those are development professionals. Those are builders, those are architects, Those are real estate professionals, people who should hopefully be in tune with the current market and what are the needs. So it is intended that with an annual review by that body, that they will be able to give a clear picture of any significant changes that need to happen.
So Commission, we have to consider the adding of the City of Mountain Home, Police, Fire, Parks and Rec, Street Department impact fee studies and capital improvement plans as Appendix N in the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Do I have a motion?
A couple questions before we go to a motion.
Okay.
So, looking at this, I agree with what Mr. Starwall says on we should be looking at this. I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around, because in the report and what Mr. Shower said, we are not supposed to compare this to apples, but I feel like this is what this report is doing, because the impact fee does not specify a single type of calculation, should be reasonable and fair. Okay. It's the whole reason for impact fees.
On the building.
I didn't say you shouldn't compare to others, I just said you just.
You should, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
There could be
for-
different components in the other. So
Thanks for giving
This
my-
is totally up to you.
Okay, no, thank you for your question. So, I just lost my train of thought. So, right now, if we use that as comparison from other cities as a benchmark, as the ideal where to go, I guess my question, I'm searching through this, and maybe I missed it, and someone can correct me. But the fees, again, agreeing with Mr. Sutterwall, is how do we get 383% and 297 and 686? Because while I agree, I think we've done an injustice by not incrementally increasing the fees over each year. If we knew the storm was coming, we should have did some pre-planning, because it's the balance of public good and impact fees. What's the better for the government without impact to the current citizens? So growth pays for growth. But that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around is, you say 100%, 200%, when we're at 686, but yet we still, according to this chart, if we took it, and I'm going to mess this name, Middleton? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. City Middleton?
Middleton.
So you look at them, they're 592, and we're 558. So we're still lower than that, and I think that's a comparable city. And CUNA is 6,270, which I think CUNA's probably bigger than us. But I think CUNA even Star is $7,296. So either we've been doing a discount for the longest time, and now we're trying to catch it up, or I guess that's where my head's wrapped around. It's like, where was the last time we actually looked at the fees and said, okay, we're way undervalued, we underpriced the market, and we should be doing this based upon inflation?
Mr. Chair?
Can I ask you a question first?
Yes.
All right, so to kind of get this ball rolling a little bit quicker here, honestly, we do not have the power to have any kind of negotiations or discussions about any form of financial impact fee whatsoever when it comes to the percentage. That's going to be basically on City Council and their determination of our recommendation through, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With that being said, all the conversations we have about percentages and increases and rates and money, all good because it's on record and it's going to go towards the City Council for findings of facts. We still have to come up with a decision of whether or not we are going to amend the comprehensive plan with recommendation, or are we going to say we do not recommend? So that's where we're at right now. Having conversations about money and percentages, and we're great, but that's not our job. Keep that in mind.
So basically, if we make a motion, it's either going to be to accept the recommended increase, correct, or not to?
It's just like
What you're saying?
it's like any kind of motion we make, we can put recommendations on it, and it's going to go towards the findings of facts for the City Council. So,
We haven't even talked about that.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
To summarize this body's place in this point of the discussion when it comes to impact fees, you are to look at the capital improvement plan set in front of you and see if it is supported by the comprehensive plan. Now, for example, we had one commissioner who believes that there could have been an error as far as growth rate. You could condition a approval saying, I believe we should go forward with impact fees, however, I believe that the growth rate should be reevaluated. That is something you're able to look at. If you believe there is a discrepancy in the capital improvement plan, Autumn Road was brought up. This was done way before we learned Autumn Road was disputed. You could make a condition saying we believe that there should be an audit of all of the improvements, just in case there's been any changes to any infrastructure things, to make sure it is current before it goes to City Council. Those sorts of recommendations can be made by this body.
Thank you. So that being said, do I have a motion?
You probably don't want me to do it.
So, Mark, I'm gonna be honest with you, Mark. Here's the deal. You can make a motion, and then we can vote on that motion.
Look at me, there's 4 other people here.
I don't feel ready to. Yeah, I just don't.
Yes, sir.
We also have staff members from all of those individual departments from which the capital improvement plan was formulated here today. So if you have any specific items in any of those capital improvement plans, you can ask the department heads directly. You can ask them how it pertains to the comprehensive plan. You can ask them their thoughts. All of that's on the table.
Anything to help you come up with an emotion? Not an emotion, but just a motion, or all of emotions.
Well, I agree with your last, statement. We can't ask percentage, but I think that's where I'm at an impasse on, because well, it has to be fair and equitable, and it has to pay growth, has to pay for growth, but are the numbers accurate? There's some skewed data there that could be interpreted. But we can't ask questions on that, so I'm kind of at impasse on that.
So, no, time out. So, again, you're determining on whether or not it is provided at a reasonable cost based on the comprehensive plan. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just.
So what it sounds to me is the motion in which you would want or suggest would be based on your hindrance to the amount of percentage, you won't recommend it.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand the why behind it. That's all. Did we just have a fire? And I know we can't, if I may elaborate, did we have a fire service for the last 10 years and not raise their fees? And now we're trying to, and again, embellish me, raise it to meet current needs, and why didn't we do this incrementally? We can't go back and fix that. Granted, I understand that. But
Okay, so
but why the 686% increase on one, 297 on another one, and 383? Where this report says it's supposed to be fair and equitable, it has to be fair and equitable for all parties. So, but we are lower, if we try to do any analogy from other cities, we are lower than other cities. So in that aspect, yes, we are lower. But the why is, that's where I get my head at, is like, why is it?
okay, so as Brock has already mentioned, if you have a question for any of the department heads here as to the why, that would be a good conversation to have.
I don't think the department head can identify why the current fee was $1,150. The change is $383, now the change is $447. Without
Because that percentage is based on need.
Billy,
when
the really low fees now came after higher fees, I mean, in my memory, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that was here then, when the bust came in 2008 and everything went, before that, we were rocking. I mean, we were adding up before that, adding population, adding growth, set impact fees, and then the bust came. And you never know, you don't know what's going to happen. So then they were pulled back, because obviously we were, there was no way anybody could do that. Am I remembering that correct, Rich?
Chairman, Commissioners, yes. When we didn't have impact fees and when we were allowed to put in impact fees, we started to put them in, and that is when, you're exactly right, the 2009 hit, and these are the types of numbers that came in at that original one, and the council at that time said, well, we want to have some things going on, so we lowered them into that. So that's, you're exactly right where that came from. So then we actually changed a little bit to move it to off of more property tax wise. How much is it bring? Is that right, Jeff? Yeah. How much taxes is this development? It was mostly for commercial, which we didn't have a whole bunch of commercial. Right. So we probably should have been collecting them more off of our single families, where we, that was kind of our fault on that. But well, I don't think it's anybody's fault, but just that's just how that was. We were looking at more on property values of how much is it going to increase the city's property? Is it going to make an impact in that way? So we used a balancing act, whether we're going to use the impact fee or we were going to use, and then we went back to the impact fee. So that's those.
Chairman,
I got you up to date.
Jeff?
So to bring up the rear on that, the property tax revenue in some instances was more than sufficient to make up for impact fees. As a result of House Bill 389, that's over.
Yeah.
You don't get that anymore. And so the funding that you need to fund the police officers that go inside are now limited to 8%. And so you must rely on this. So that funding source has been cut back.
Which answers kind of a little bit of what you're saying.
Because when you look at it, it's a kind of a scary number when it says that it goes up 600 or whatever percent, and just the why behind it, and that's proportional to the need. I get that as well. And we still use the analogy, we compare to other cities, we still are lower than other cities without the EDU fee. I'm just looking at what's in front of us. We still are lower than other cities. So based on that meets the comprehensive review or comprehensive plan then.
Mr. Chair. One of the things mentioned by Commissioner Roeder that was an excellent question, and if there's a belief that there is, you should definitely pursue it and ask questions. The impact fee capital improvement plan should not be a wish list. It is against the law for it to be a wish list. If there is any belief that you believe things have been inflated to make up what is in the past, I commend you to please make sure that is not the case. Because the last thing we want to do is break the law with a wish list. Now, what has been provided by the department heads while partnering with Ann is what they believe to be the proportionate share of this is what we need in order to maintain our current level of service when it comes to police, fire, parks, streets. To maintain what we have currently, it shouldn't be seen as we're trying to make up for what we didn't get and we're trying to catch up. If you believe that there's any evidence that it could be that, then I would ask you to please ask those questions.
What I'm thinking in my mind is, with the information based on the population prediction, correct? I mean, that's what these were started off with the predictions on that. So taking that into account, which we could still say we'd like to have it checked again, I wonder within those different departments, either legally or non-legally, what's negotiable and what's not. I just made up a new word.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's not new.
deal with it. Anyway, so, for instance, I'm looking at fire station. Now, that's something you can't really, and you have to base it on something. So, a new fire station, you can't negotiate that. That has to be correct. I mean, there's laws on that. Am I correct in thinking that? What underneath, and then comes, and don't get me wrong, because I think Mountain Home, and I've been around a lot of places, has the most incredible parks system. But I'm thinking under that, can that be pulled back? Now, whether that'd be a whole lot or not, I don't know, because we still have codes, and don't hit me. So, we still have codes that say when we bring in new developments, they have to have this, this, and this, which might be a local green space or whatever. At least that's what they've been coming in. So tell me if I'm wrong thinking. So within those different departments, and I'm not saying anything was padded, are they, I guess what I'm thinking is, can we get along without?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'll go first. I'll take the streets for you for a second.
Okay.
And, you know, a great point, and I think it was Mr. Wilson that brought that up about autumn. And when we first put this together quite a while ago, autumn was, we know there's going to be a lot of growth right there. And we knew that all of the master plans that I have for streets say that that's going to be a collector sometime. And, so that's what we went off of on that. So that's one place we can certainly look at. I mean, that's a big chunk of that. We might need to leave something in there because there might be certain things we have to take care of in that, but we might not have to do the whole road. And so we were looking at from Air Base all the way to Smith Road. So, we were looking at a big chunk of that. So, the developers do need to take care of some of that. Some of it was in the county, and some of it was in our, so we've learned that it's all in the county now, so those are some things that we can certainly look at, how that works. And so there's one example. I mean, I'll speak a second for your parks question, because we had a big discussion about that within our groups, and when we were doing that in our leadership team. So we know that our park system is super awesome. It's been super awesome. When I sat on the council for 4 terms, and when we first looked at this whole thing, parks was in that first original, impact one that we went with. And we looked at what they were. We knew we were way over what we needed to be per capita. So it's like, okay, we could probably live without work doing some of those things. With this one, it first started off with we need some sort of a big park somewhere else, but to purchase land or do whatever. We did take that out because it's like, okay, we will try to look at developers and say, hey, you're building a mega complex in this area, and this area needs to have some sort of park system. So we're going to rely on our partnership with our developers to do some of those things, but we wanted to make sure that we had amenities in the parks that we haven't been able to get amenities in there, and that's where we went to with, as you notice, that it's just mostly amenities that's in there. So those are the big things with those. So I mean, I don't think I spoke for Miguel, but he can speak for himself. But I'm right here, so I'm just going to kind of go because I've been in all those conversations. So, so those are just a couple of examples. But we certainly, and I think even if this did pass, even if you guys say, yep, go ahead and move this forward, that would be something that we would probably look at to take to the council, and they probably have some questions because some of those have been brought up and they're going to ask those questions. So we would certainly look at the street piece, for example, on that. So those are good questions. And again, that's kind of where we are with those. So hope I'll stop talking so hopefully I helped you a little bit. I have one more if you'd like me to ask you another question. You're looking at me, so.
No, I'm not. Okay. In fact, in my mind, I'm thinking, no, I don't. I don't. Look at you out. Look at the chair. would it be naive to say or to ask for a certain percentage less from each department? Like relook at what they've got?
If you're basing that request upon what you find in the comprehensive plan, if you believe that we can meet everything which is in the comprehensive plan, and in my staff report which I provided, I tried to get all of those items which speak to the different capital improvements that are needed. That's something you could recommend that we do, and you know, city staff, we are here to do whatever needs to be done to ensure we meet however the city council ultimately wishes to proceed. But that is something that, if you believe that there's bases in the comprehensive plan for that, if you believe, well, if we want to have a livable community, there has to be some sort of, if you want to call it compromise, if you want to call it meeting in the middle, what have you, that's something that body could do.
Jeremy?
Sir.
I'm still the new guy here. I've just been here about 3.5 years now. So I will say in that time, to maintain a level of service that we try to maintain, we have made lots of strides to move people out of the office and back into police cars. You probably have noticed that around town. We've actually added close to 8 patrol officers by removing them from other areas in the city to be able to do that work. As far as the impact fees go, our current level of service, for us to be able to maintain that, then we need to obviously add an officer every year for, 10 years. So that's kind of our plan, is to do that, but the impact fee side of that thing is a really small number. Because basically you're talking about, you're gonna buy a car, you can buy a gun, you can buy a rifle, a shotgun, a taser, and a radio, because that's the only thing we can buy, because they last 10 years, and we have to keep the car 10 years. In the current police department budget, this year budget, our budget is, roughly $2.5 million, and $1.7 million of that is salaries. So overwhelmingly, the cost of personnel is what the taxpayers pay for the police department. So for our part, you're basically just buying some equipment each year as an officer comes on board. We have to rely on the property taxes to go back to pay for all those salaries and benefits and everything else, training and everything else that goes with having an additional body. So I think that when you look at the big picture there, I think it just kind of clarifies a little bit kind of what we're doing.
Mr. Chair, on the fire department side, since everybody's talking about this, I can say again, we're all echoing the same thing. We were tasked with looking at growth statement analysis, producing one in the case of the fire, with a projection of over 5,000 increased population within the next 3 to 5 years was what we were tasked to do. So what we did is we put together a growth statement analysis based off of that. So where are we at today to provide the same level of service that we're going to have to provide in time with that thing? So those are all a bunch of big guesses we all know out there. But I can tell you that in the case of the fire department, we're somewhat of an anomaly how we respond. We don't have outside entities coming to support us. We are the support. We also take care of the rural, as you are, I'm sure, aware of. So where our stations are located for us is going to be the first thing, the chicken or the egg. So where's the growth going? I think predominantly from what I've seen in the various meetings and the planning sessions and so forth, the predominant growth is coming in the southwest portion of town. We were looking at today, at a meeting we had today at our leadership meeting, we talked about, what was that, 1,128. Granted, they're not built yet, but they were approved plans to be going with. So in terms of getting the money to get the facility, in terms of getting the money to provide the level of service, we have to look at exponentially how's that growth going to affect the Mountain Home Fire Department and how we currently operate. I've been with the department for 28 years in terms of full-time. Well, that's a different mission. But if we're going to look in that crystal ball, and we're going to look down 10 years down the road, I think that would be foolhardy not to consider having a station, not a mausoleum, having a station built that is going to have to house people. How that housing is going to be done and how we're going to facilitate that staffing model, whatever that is, it remains to be seen. But it's going to be challenged by what industry comes into town, what types of multiple family dwellings come into town, and so forth and so on from there. So it was something that was done through certainly in the comprehensive plan. I've cited 8 bullet points that were touched on in the comprehensive plan in 2020 that plays merit with the conversation we're having here this evening, and it all pertains to growth. So really where we're at in our staffing model, we're fine as we go, but you throw another 1,128 right now, and with the foreseeable future of growth, then we are going to have a plan that is going to pay for that growth to sustain our level of service.
Chairman, Commissioners, one last thing that I have. So when we first were tasked to do this and met with all of the department heads, and we went through the CIP, what we were originally, looking at. So when you're talking about your percentage cut. So when we all got together and first saw the first draft of what came before us, it was shocking. It was more of the Boise range. So we took it back, and that really wasn't a wish list. But when we really looked at what we were looking at, it's like, okay, what can we really accomplish in 10 years? What's really going to happen? Some of that was further out. So we whittled it down to say, okay, here's some things that we know, because we know we have to get those accomplished in the 11 years if we want to do something with that, or we have to give it back. So we know we have to accomplish those things. So those were things that we went back and looked at our master plans, like for streets, for example. When I look at water and wastewater things we were doing, when we talk about the widening project, those are things that as growth happens, we need to do those things, and that's where some of those came in. So it has been whittled down. I mean, there's probably some more things we could tune a little bit, but just so you know that this wasn't the first draft that came to the group and what we've seen. So there's no way. When we first saw this, there's no way that's going to go through with anybody, and so we tried to take something that we knew would pass muster, I guess, if that's a good word you want to use. So,
Sure. I was a chicken and I didn't put a staff recommendation in my report because in my role as community development director, I serve as your chief city planner, and I also serve as your economic development director. And there's two very distinct purposes. As a city planner, I'm here to ensure that we have enough taxable value to build what we build, for it to be we don't put any more burden on our existing tax base, that we have enough water, that we have enough sewer, that all of our needs are met. When you're in the economic development realm, you're more apt to do what is necessary, and maybe we can hurt a little here so we can get a bigger prize in the end. And there's certain times where I believe that those practices should happen. In this circumstance, I can tell you from where I'm sitting, we live in a very difficult time. My professional recommendation would be that even though it is already in statute that the Impact Fee Advisory Board review their impact fees, that we ensure that happens and that review is in depth. I believe that there should be a distinction between multifamily and single-family dwellings, which there are in certain portions of this. We have a distinction between multifamily and single-family when it comes to the road impact fee, and also when it comes to the park impact fee, because we perceive that multifamily utilizes those things differently. And also, something really great that Jeff brought up was when you look at taxable value per acre, sometimes with denser products, be it multifamily or even uses that pay higher higher property tax fees, such as industrial uses and also commercial uses, you actually get quite a bit more, so the impact fee isn't exactly necessary. However, because of House Bill 389 and because this is the only tool the state legislature has given us, this is what we have. So our options are limited. I do have some minor concerns. We have approved a lot. Nothing has been built yet. I want what we build to be able to pay for itself, though. I don't want a pair of golden shackles. But I think it's important to look at taxable value per acre. I think it's important to look at densities and also other classifications when we do impact fees. When I worked for 2 different municipalities, Meridian and Twin Falls. When I was in Twin Falls, they had other classifications for impact fees. You could be commercial, industrial, institutional. There's many different ways to go about it. I like having a lot of tools. I like being able to have a lot of tools at my disposal as far as my analysis as what I can use in a fair and equitable way to apply impact fees. Perhaps that could be expanded upon. Maybe that's something that we could look at in order to secure the future we need. It's hard because I want affordable housing and I'm only making it more expensive, but I need to be able to afford to pay for everything else once the housing's built. It's quite the conundrum, and luckily for you, you are the recommending body and you are not the elected officials who have to make the final decision, which will be extremely difficult and well thought out. But what you are here to do is to recommend anything that the city council can do that will make that decision that much better, or will give them better information in order to make that decision. So if you believe there's something erroneous, if you believe that we should review the growth percentage, say those things. That is what you're here to do. If you believe that in the capital improvement plan that there are ways that we can meet the goals of the comprehensive plan without increasing, make those recommendations. But once again, ultimately, this lies on the shoulders of the city council, and any recommendations and conversations that you're able to make during this period to produce a very awesome and substantial findings of fact is beneficial. So, and I also want to thank the public and for being very respectable of this process. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of people out there who both live here and also both want to add value to Mountain Home. And it's a difficult conversation to have.
Mr. Chairman, there seems to be an awful lot of concern about just amongst our this conversation we're having up here about, are the numbers right? Will the homes be built or the facilities be built? The growth hinging on the capital improvement needs, that is the number of development that continues based on a 48% projected growth rate over 10 years. I think, personally, I think there's just, I don't think there's anything nefarious going on here. I don't think there's anything illegal going on here. What I think is we used some of the biggest numbers this city's ever seen and just ran with it. And we think that that's going to continue, be sustainable over 10 years. I disagree. Personally, I think this whole thing needs to go back to the Impact Fee Advisory Committee with those concerns and have them dig a little deeper. And the advisory committee not even questioning a 48% projected growth rate over 10 years is concerning to me. So I don't know what y'all want to do with that, but I have a problem with it. So if no one else wants to make a motion, I'll just make a motion. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to deny approval of the comprehensive plan amendment of the City of Mountain Home, Idaho, PZ-21-68 by the addition of the City of Mountain Home Police, Fire, Parks, Streets Department, impact fee studies, and capital improvement plans in brackets as Appendix N.
Okay, first I have a second. Second by Billy. Okay, Travis, we'll start with you.
All right.
Billy?
Aye.
Nancy?
No.
Mark?
Aye.
And I am no. Motion does pass. With that being said, then to the next item, it doesn't matter. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
for the next item, here, we're gonna just let anyone who wants to leave real quick to leave.
Sounds good to me.
We're just letting everyone who's going to exit real quick before we proceed. Alrighty, so the next item is fairly easy because it's based on whatever decision you really made. So in order to implement new impact fees, we have to, one, amend our current comprehensive plan, and then we have to codify whatever CIP we have amended in the comprehensive plan. I would look at legal, but I would believe you could make this fairly easy and say we recommend that the zoning title amendment be adopted as whatever is ultimately adopted as the CIP in the finalized comprehensive plan amendment. Jeff, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
So the repeal and replace just repeals the entire procedure for assessing impact fees and replaces it with that impact fee schedule. Is that all it is? So
Correct.
you could, cleaner way would be to adopt that as an amendment, or as an appendix to the ordinance, but yeah, you could do that. I would suggest keeping these together. So if you're gonna kick the other one, kick that one until the other one's adopted, it's cleaner that way. And then if some variance is made, or we wanna clean up the way the rate is done, we can amend that ordinance rather than adopt this one tonight.
Correct.
So, yeah.
So am I looking then for a motion to also
Deny.
this one as well? Is that what I'm looking for? Or are we just going to
Or table?
table?
Make a motion to table.
Okay, I have a motion to table our next one, which is the title zoning amendment for the city of Mountain Home, city code for the repealing. No.
Yeah. That has to be a date certain of the public hearing tied to the other one, amending the comp plan. Amending the zoning code requires it, so just deny it. And
Yeah,
reset
okay.
it.
Okay, then I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion that we deny or recommend to the city council to deny. Whatever this one is.
The repealing and replacing in the Mountain Home City Code Title IX Land Use and Development.
Yes, council.
Okay, first one, second.
Second.
Second by Mark. Start with you, Mark.
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Billy? Travis?
Aye.
Aye as well.
Technically, did we still need to do a hearing?
Oh,
Wouldn't have mattered if we denied the other one.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right, moving down to our next couple of items. The next three items on our list we're going to combine into one, as they are all very similar. I'm going to read each one of them. We're combining down into one. For the first one, we have an annex and zone by the applicant of Thompson and Krall. A request by Casey Thompson, Brianna Thompson, and Jennifer Krall to annex and zone an R4 residential parcel of land located east of Jerome Street, south of Colthorpe Avenue, and west of Garrett Street. The annexation also includes the entirety of Jerome Street, Colthorpe Avenue, and Garrett Street that fronts the parcel of land. The second action item will be to rezone C4 to an R4. Also applicant of Thompson and Krall, a request by Casey Thompson, Brianna Thompson, and Jennifer Krall to rezone a portion of the land from C4 heavy commercial to R4 residential. The portion of land is located east of Jerome Street, south of Colthorpe Avenue, west of Garrett Street, and north of Airbase Road. The third is to annex and zone, also by Thompson and Krall. A request by Casey Thompson, Brianna Thompson, and Jennifer Krall to annex and zone C4 heavy commercial to a parcel of land located at the corner of Airbase Road and Garrett Street. The annexation also includes the entirety of Garrett Street that fronts this parcel of land. Mr. Cherry.
You were supposed to read that a little bit slower.
I'm sorry.
One moment. I'm just pulling up all the individual maps so I can try to illustrate to the good people out in the audience
That one's different. That's a
of what
PUD.
exactly is being proposed.
Do those maps
Oh,
have
yeah.
arrows on them by any chance?
They have substantial north arrows.
Very good.
They're extremely distinct.
Thank you.
Hold on, everyone. I apologize.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Can I actually, Commission, if it's okay with you, we do a 5-minute recess?
A second.
Okay, 5-minute recess.
All right, Brock, ready? Start it back up.
I've been watching finger gravel.
Okay. Perfect. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and for your willingness to sit through, respectively. As Brock already mentioned, there's a lot of things that are being discussed that affect everybody's lives, and there's a lot of emotions on the line, so we totally understand. So thank you for your patience and your time. Just to make sure we still are following no duplicate testimonies, no yelling or rude behavior, no personal attacks. 3-minute time limit is still going to be in effect. You are not allowed to give time to someone else. You will be given a reminder, and then if can't follow, you will be asked to leave. And finally, just please remember, we are a recommending body. We do not make final decisions. That's the biggest part that I want you to remember. So with that being said, on to Thompson Call. Mr. Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so we have multiple items before you, which are one property, but different lots. I want to make sure that the audience understands precisely the property that we are speaking about. So ignore this little red box subject property here. So everyone knows where we're at. This is Airbase Road and Northwest Garrett Street. We have Mr. Lonnie Black's place right here. We have the dealership over here. So everyone has an idea. What we have are multiple wonderfully shaped lots that are going to be discussed today for annexation and also rezoning. There is a skinny lot right here, parcel A, which is currently within the city. The rest is not. The first lot we're going to talk about is this little guy right here, which is at the corner of Airbase Road and Garrett Street. It is approximately 0.72 acres, and the purpose of the annexation here is for the future development of a coffee shop. Now, it's important to look at our future land use map, which designates this area as commercial all along Airbase Road. So when we speak about a coffee shop and an annexation for that, that falls in line. However, we aren't necessarily speaking specifically about that use. You will have a conditional use permit. But as far as on its face, even without the coffee shop component, it is harmonious for that area based upon our future land use map that we have. When we look to our current land use map, which is here, we have C4 zoning all around it. I will note that we have residential uses to the rear that we need to be cognizant of, and that will come into conversation when we speak about annexation of also the other lots. But what is being asked by the applicant is for this portion right here to be annexed into the city and to be zoned C4 commercial. The specific items that we are looking at is that does the annexation incorporate the city sewer planning area? Is it consistent with area of impact agreements? Is there a attempt to balance cost of services with anticipated revenues? Is it promoting other population balance goals? Is it contiguous? And is it or isn't it leapfrog development? And does it promote to keep city development boundaries that are squared off and not irregular shape? I can assure you that with all of these items collectively, that you will have a boundary which is less irregular in shape. Other than that, that is all staff has on the item. I do have the applicant present, and he can certainly speak to the item as well, and then you can ask any questions he has and open the public hearing as you see fit. However, if we want to do all of the public hearings at once for this, I ask for your permission to hurry and do a run through of the other two lots.
Please do.
Alrighty. This lot is already within the city. However, it is currently zoned commercial. The applicant is asking that it be rezoned to R4 in order to be eligible for future residential development. As I mentioned before, it's important that we look at this map here. So when you look at the future land use map, actually all the way up to here is commercial. But the future land use map doesn't have hard and definite boundaries. It is supposed to be a guide as to what should be. So being that per the future land use map that it's right on the boundary, that doesn't necessarily disqualify it to be potentially zoned as residential. The applicant is asking that it be zoned R4, similar to all of the surrounding properties. Any questions about that lot specifically?
Nope.
Alrighty. And then the final lot is right here. It's quite a bit larger than the others. It's 3.85 acres, and the applicant is asking that to be annexed and also zoned residential for future residential type development. With this portion, when it comes to our future land use map, again, a portion of it is commercial, but the vast majority of it, per the future land use map, is residential. The applicant is asking that it be given a designation of R4, similar to the surrounding residential designations around it. R4 is our highest density residential zoning district. It allows for single-family homes, but also allows, as long as it's on its own lot, outright permitted uses such as duplexes and fourplexes. And with that, I would yield my time to the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. Thompson, come on up.
Do you guys have any questions for me?
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, sure. My name is Casey Thomason. Sorry.
Your address. You're good.
What address would you like?
Whatever one.
Where you live?
I don't know if I have any enemies. 841 Northeast San Pobles Lane.
I don't know, Commission, do you have any questions about the zoning or rezoning? Okay. You can go and step back. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up to a public hearing. Please, anybody who does come up, understand this is only for a zoning or a rezoning of this plot. Has nothing to do, annexation. Has nothing to do with what's going on it. It's just zoning it. That's all we're talking about right now. So if anybody has any questions or concerns, please.
Lonnie Black again. So my question is, we're going to annex the streets. How are we repairing them? What's our plan for that? Or do we have a plan? They are actually in really poor shape now, and we're going to have a coffee shop in there. We're going to have semi-truck traffic. We already have them coming in from Domino's, circling around through there right now. So we're going to have curbs, gutters, and if you look at that photograph on the side of my building, the road, so I visited with Carl Vaughn about this. The state has, requirements on what they want, and if you look across the street at where A to Z lumber is, that road's much wider, and he said that should be parallel to that other road in the same width. So now I have no place to park cars next to my building, and how far are we going to improve that road? Are we going to have to go clear to the next intersection and do sidewalks, streets, and gutters, and how are we paying for that? That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is William Heckathorn. I own the little house right there. House was built in 1927. It's always been in the county. I don't want to move to the city. I got 4 dogs. Tomato truck sitting outside that's not licensed. I want to raise a pig. I want to raise a pig. I got bees. I want to have bees. Just don't want my stuff messed with. That's basically all I want to say. I dug my own well there. I don't want my water going away. I really like what these guys are doing, but I don't want my stuff messed with.
Thank you, sir.
Misty Pierce again. So, like Lonnie was saying, ITD says that you can't cut the concrete on Air Base Road to put it in a driveway. So they're going to have to completely rebuild parts or all of Garrett, including gutters, sidewalks, and whatever is needed to be brought up to state. Was this included in the preliminary plat with the development agreements and the required findings of City Ordinance 9-6-8 or 951? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Missy.
Chris Wells, I live at 960 Goldthorpe there, just down the street. I don't have any problems with the issues at hand as far as annexing or rezoning and stuff. I think it's, but the impact that it has, a kind of an underlying impact are to the residents, much as Willie's issue that he likes what he does, he likes his animals, so on and so forth. I think that's a serious consideration considering the demographics of this specific area compared to everything else. And, right down to the street, gutter, sidewalks. And the bigger issue is the water issue that's being impacted over there. Because if we can see, if we can go out to the zoning map, or a wider map, of what's going on around it, we're basically creating we're encircling that level of property out there. I'm currently working with Don Gust on the water board, or the sewer board, for the west side there. And so we're kind of intimately involved with these people out there. We're talking to them on a daily basis, regularly. I'm building my project over there, and I don't have any problem with it, but one of the problems I would like for you guys to entertain is the cause and effect on Willie, using him as the example, and Grandma, maybe Willie's grandma, or the people that don't quite understand the system and how they can voice themselves to this situation. And I would propose that you take under consideration the financial burdens, because a lot of these people are elderly, they're retired, they don't have the patience, they can't move physically. It's almost just chasing them out of town, and it's pretty much throwing grandma out with the water, in effect. And the problem with the water going on here, and I don't know how much it is, the groundwater's disappearing. We've created an asphalt jungle over there. We're not hydrating the soil, our surface water aquifer. I'm not a proponent of surface water at all, but we have to provide the options for that surface water. And I think the city should work in conjunction with the people wanting these annexing and changing the zones, and working with the constituents that live there, such as Willie and Grandma and all the other people there that are not quite capable of coming in and speaking for themselves. So I've talked with Brock, gave him a few ideas. The shared cost would, like I put my water main in there, it's cut all the way across the street. Let's throw a saddle, let's throw that stub out there, so when he has to switch over to city water, because groundwater's not working. And, we've mitigated a bit of the cost, and then also take into consideration, find some financial buffer, if, creating, we can pay this over time until the property changes, sells, and that, in other words, we give them what they, look at their budget, because we can't throw grandma out without any money. We can't tell her to change her life. We're same with Willie, and I think you all need to take that under consideration.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And it's Don again. So, kind of what he hit on there a little bit. So, how much of that is the state going to pay for sidewalks along there if they do that? Who's going to pay for the sidewalks that are going to, and if they move that road in towards the base direction to do what Lonnie was talking about or whatever there? Who's going to pay for all that sidewalk and curb down both sides of that road if they do it that way? Is the developer going to pay for all that? How much of it's going to be paid? I don't know if I've known Willie for a while. He's a good friend, and I kind of stick along with him. I live out in that area. I like my animals and stuff too, and and that. I know quite a bit about the whole area, I grew up here. I know the water pretty well. And all the way around, but that's beside the point, but, we are depleting our water some. I can see it. So there is a few kids out there yet. What kind of facilities, crosswalks, all that stuff we're gonna have to deal with out there? Does the city have an infrastructure of their maintenance crews? Are they gonna be doing all this, or are we gonna be paying outrageous fortune for people having to come in and do it? Type deal. I know we have people here that they're contractors, some of them I went to school with, they're able to do it. I'm not saying there isn't, but where I work, the guys there, we're doing that kind of work. We're putting sidewalk, curb and gutter, pipe in the ground, guardrail, all that stuff. Working on our bridges, trying anyway, and trying to catch up to the, whatever you want to call it, close to over 100-year infrastructure that we're trying to catch up with. So, I mean, a lot of that's out in the country. There's not as much to deal with as someone in the city, but, you know, that's something to consider a little bit. I mean, what are they going to do about the school? What few kids are in the buses, or, you know, we're going to rebuild the West Elementary there, and that. So what are we going to do for teachers? We do have some, but a lot of our good ones are retiring on us. And his dad was one of them. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Could I just ask one other question?
By legal?
We need to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to testify first.
Okay, give me 1 second. Is anybody else? Okay, seeing none.
Does anyone else want to testify a second time?
Does anybody else want to testify a second time?
I'd like to say, I just want to know, Gretchen, when I bought my property years ago, there was a, can you bring up your trip?
Yes, sir.
There was a alleyway easement. I was told it was right alongside my property. This gentleman said, no, it was out here. Did it just go away?
That was all open field, excuse me.
Would you like an answer?
1 second. Okay, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for that. Mr. Thompson, I'll have you come on back up. So definitely a lot of these questions are probably going to be answered more from Brock and you as well.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and just have a conversation about the alleyway easement, since that came up last.
Sure. There's a vacated alleyway that does run through the property. Through the deed of the property clearly shows that the alleyway was vacated, and it is quite a ways into the property behind his house. I don't know how many feet exactly, but it certainly doesn't touch his property line, or I would say it's in excess of at least 50 feet.
Okay.
And it runs from east to west. It almost lines up with, I believe, is it so that road, if you move the mouse slightly over to the left, right down, right there, that road, if you drew an invisible road all the way across, that is approximately where the easement is. That was is vacated.
If I can interject.
No, sorry. No, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it is vacated, and it is on the deed, so.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer to the best of my ability the other questions?
Yeah, so a lot of questions came up about like the state ITD and the roads and,
Sure.
and Airbase Road. Go ahead and
So if we, I don't know if that pertains to the annexation though.
So what I can answer is that when it comes to roadway improvements, rebuilding of road, sidewalk, I can tell you Garrett Street will be annexed from Centerline. So that question's answered. But as construction happens, the developer is required to meet all of those improvements. So the other half of Garrett, which is in the county, we don't have, well, we annexed the entire road. So what fees we will use, I believe, will be a mixture of what the developer is required to do, and then utilizing impact fees for the remainder of the roadway.
That answers that question.
Yep. In regards to water, by us annexing in the entire portion along the side, I don't know her name, but I do know that they did recently just drill another well right here. The reason why is because she could not have access to the city water because I don't know if it's the proper term, but it creates an island by doing that. So by us annexing in the entire back portion allows everyone the ability to pay to access the city water supply. That, and there's a city water main back in Colthorpe. So, for example, I believe it's either this house or this house. Their well's been dry for over a year, so they've been hauling water because they can't afford to put in a well. They told me it was last year estimated $65,000. So it's a blessing for them if it gets annexed in, because they will have the ability to annex their property into the city. May not be what they want to do for property tax reasons or for curb, gutter, and sidewalk, but it is still for them cheaper than drilling a well. So,
Commissioner, any other questions, concerns about the annexing or rezoning?
Not really at all. I'm on board with all this. I do want to address, and I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if I can legally do it.
That's why I got legal counsel right there.
Well, really had some specific concerns of, and he said in a general sense, he doesn't want it messed with or impacted. I can ask, do we anticipate any negative impacts or positive impacts, for that matter, to Roy's property here, since he specifically asked that? And I don't know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, so I don't know if I can ask him, is that your concern? Right. So is there any impact at all to that property that we can foresee, or that we write out no?
well, I mean, I can share from my law enforcement experience as a deputy and a prior city officer. The property in the county, correct me if I'm wrong, would still be held to the county ordinances, and the city property would be held to the city ordinances, and both would be held to the state law. So, I mean, you could look at it as a positive or a negative. I mean, developing that land, which there is no, at this time, set plan for that land at this time. But developing curb, gutter, and sidewalk around the entire, rear portion when it is developed. Neighbors, right? That could be looked at as a negative, right? But as a landowner as well, I would ask that my land not be, told that I can't do anything with it, right? So,
I guess I'm asking more primarily on the things like runoff or, having to go through his property with anything, any piping and so forth, and simply being left alone.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to address the citizen's concern is all.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
I think that would go back to, I believe in good neighbors, right? So having that conversation, you and Willie having those conversations, making sure that you're both on the same side. Less government's better. So us making decisions isn't always the best thing. Sometimes it just needs to be done with a handshake and a smile, right? So.
Yeah, and I do want to also clarify this is that this is just for annexation.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
We have no building plans.
Okay. Sure.
I believe it's very important for the question that was asked to acknowledge that it is not the city's policy to force annex properties. I believe you have a lot of people in the area who get nervous that, well, am I the next one? Can the city just come and grab me? It's not as easy as that. It's against the city policy. It's against what's in our comprehensive plan. So I can tell you that based upon the city's policy documents, that forced annexation is not a method that we should be utilizing based on those policy documents.
If I could, last thing, Mr. Chairman, the question that came up about the driveway, are we holding off on that until we get to that point? There was a question about ITD, allowing a driveway, so forth, that's later?
Yeah.
Not right now, right?
Let's hold off on that one because it doesn't deal with the annexation or the rezoning. Okay. Commissioner, if there's no other questions or comments, I would seek a motion. We'll go one at a time. There are 3 different items, but we are going to go one at a time.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for approval, requested to annex and zone to C4 property located in the corner of Airbase Road and Garrett Street for approval to the City Council.
Okay, first, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Nancy. Mark, start with you.
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Billy? Aye. Travis?
Aye.
And I as well. Move to the next one for a motion. Go for it, Nancy.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Travis.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a request to rezone the property east of Jerome Street, south of Colthrop Avenue, and west of Garrett Street and north of Airbase Road from C4 heavy commercial to R4 high density residential. Approval to the City Council.
Yeah, first by Travis, second. Second by Billy. Travis, start with you.
Aye.
Billy? Aye. Nancy?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, for the third one.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion
Travis.
to approve to annex and zone the R4 and high-density residential property located east of Jerome Street and south of Colthrop Avenue and west of Garrett Street for approval to City Council.
First and second.
Second.
Second by Nancy. Mark?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Billy? Travis?
Aye.
Aye for me as well. Okay. Next action item tonight is going to be the conditional use permit for a drive-through. The applicant again is Thompson and Kroll. Request by Casey Thompson, Brianna Thompson, and Jennifer Kroll to obtain a conditional use permit for a drive-up window for a coffee shop located on Airbase Road. The parcel is located at the corner of Airbase Road and Garrett Street. Mr. Chair.
Chair. So, the piece of property we are looking at now for this conditional use permit, if the annexation so goes forward past this body and is passed by the City Council, is this portion right here, which fronts northwest Garrett Avenue. Again, if the items that you discussed come to fruition and are passed by City Council, this property will be zoned C4. The C4 district requires a conditional use permit for a drive-through. The city does have certain conditions for drive-throughs. However, unfortunately, those conditions are not attached to numerical requirements. So other places for drive-through conditional use permits, they generally have a minimum recommendation as far as stacking spaces. With the purpose being that we do not want stacking to go into any sort of public right-of-way and cause disruption. And we essentially put it on the property owner to meet their burden and to be persuasive to this body and also City Council that they have all of the necessary stacking to maintain a harmonious environment which will not intrude upon neighboring properties and or public right-of-way. What I have before you is the site plan which is being proposed, and there's 2 components which are important. In my staff report, I made note of the internal stacking capacity, which is 9 stacking spaces approximately, and that's internally. So he can stack up to 9 spaces before it's Mr. Thomason's problem, before there's a problem internally with his own internal flow. He can have an additional, what I project to be 4 spaces before it becomes Mr. Chief Connor's problem. And it starts going out into public right-of-way and becomes an ITD issue and could potentially disrupt the flow of traffic and or public right-of-way. So, it is up to this body to look at the criteria for a conditional use permit and for you to determine that the requirements of a conditional use permit, which are largely based on is it harmonious, and in generality, will the proposed drive-through function as what is being proposed. And I have the applicant to also speak to that as well. So I will yield my time to the applicant and allow you to ask questions as you see fit before opening for public hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, is this where I get to ask about the road?
Yep.
So I see there's no driveway coming in from Air Base Road, so that question's answered. It's coming in,
Well, there is one.
oh, there is one. Excuse me?
It's proposed. We have submitted with ITD, I believe. Do you mind if I have my architect come up and who's the one that submitted to ITD the request?
Yes.
This is Chris Laraway with Evergreen
Architecture, 11200 Hercules Drive, Star, Idaho.
Thank you.
Yes, we have an application in with ITD right now, discussing the ability to have this drive aisle. It's in their court at this particular moment to look at what they may consider requirements in order to have this access out onto Air Base Road. We don't have a definitive answer back from them yet. So we've also drawn it to where that may not be a part of that, and the property would then circle within from Garrett Road. But
Garrett Street, okay.
Casey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Knowing how amazing you guys do on Air Base Road already with the other, and this is only a one window, right? Instead of both sides going at the same time. Do you feel if you opened up that to the Air Base Road that you might see backup onto Air Base Road based on certain high level times?
I don't see that. Based off the scale drawing here, 15 cars, and it's not even wrapped around back to Air Base Road. So my estimate would be that I could hold at least 20 cars before Air Base Road would ever have an issue. And I personally don't know another drive-through that could hold as many cars on their own property. So when I talked to Brock and extensively about this, he made many comments of how well he thought it was designed, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but so we did put a lot of thought into that. The proposal for the second access is really important for this particular layout, as most of our deliveries are delivered with a semi-truck. If we did not receive the Air Base Road access from ITD, we would have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how we would go about doing that, because it would not be possible for a semi to do a U-turn coming in. I brought that to ITD's attention. They're very understanding of that. We're utilizing an entire acre. Most coffee shops use less than an acre. Dutch Brothers is on less than an acre. Our coffee shop on American Legion is on less than half acre, excuse me. They're both on less than half an acre. So utilizing a full acre definitely is costing us a lot more, but we want to make sure that we are not burdening any of the other side streets or Air Base Road. And I've brought it also to ITD's attention that it's illegal to park a semi unattended on a roadway. So whether they parked on Garrett Street or Air Base Road, neither of those are legal for them to do. Therefore, I'm trying to figure out how would I get my deliveries without that second access. So that is where the importance of that second access is. And this is the same process we went through on our American Legion location, where when we came through planning and zoning, it was approved with the contingency of ITD approving the access. So, just to.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner, do you have any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, so why did we not have waited till we had all the approvals before we're discussing it?
Understood. So, with many uses, this one in particular, you have different governmental agencies where you need certain approvals before going forward. With this one, quite literally, the one who has the most risk going forward is Mr. Thomason, and he's doing it at his risk. Similar to past approvals, I have a condition that I recommend to you that if you choose to move this item forward, that the applicant shall comply with and receive all required approvals from the Idaho Transportation Department. You know, we could certainly create a policy to wait upon other agencies for their approvals and for their comment before going forward. But I can tell you that the City of Mountain Home is not the only governmental agency who's very busy. ITD's backed up to 6 months. Central District Health does a pretty good job. They get their stuff out. But there are many masters to please, and we find that if we can condition approvals correctly, as long as the applicant is open to that, that the city risks no risk. The city does not risk any possibility of something becoming a detriment to us, being that right now the applicant with this, without knowing ITB's approval for this, if his entire project was based on this, the risk is his.
Certainly, the risk is his. However, the annoyance of the tractor trailer on Garrett Road is somebody else's. That's why I asked, because this condition could be met. ITD could deny it, deny the drive off Airbase Road, which the applicant stated, then he would have to route his traffic through Garrett Road. It would just be an additional consideration, is all I'm saying. I mean, we're going to have the traffic regardless. It's just where the traffic's going to be, or where the backup may end up being. The potential backup, I should say.
Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Sauerwald, if I can speak to that a little bit more, the beauty of a conditional use permit is it can be given and it can also be taken away. So let's say that Mr. Thomason is just really blowing up and he's having so much success that it's a detriment to safety, that we have semis parked everywhere, we have constant complaints from his neighbors. This body can initiate the withdrawal of his conditional use permit. If we find that you are not meeting whatever was met, so that rectification can be made. Now, I've only seen that happen a few times and only in other municipalities, but there is that authority that this body has in order to initiate that if things were to become in such a way where it was just no longer palatable for the surrounding area.
Okay. I'm going to have you two go ahead and step out and I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And with that being said, if anybody would like to come and speak to the conditional use permit that has been brought forward to the commission.
Step outside.
Go outside.
No, you don't have to step outside.
Someone just come get me when I didn't bring a heavy jacket. It's not cold.
Okay, my name's Don again. I have a question for you.
Address the commission. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, my name's Don. I want to talk about that barista or whatever it's called. So how's he getting in there? Is he coming off Jerome and Garrett? Which direction is he going to come in? One way, if he turns to the right at CNA, he's going to be affecting Lonnie's area in there. He comes out, and I'm not against another coffee shop. I don't drink that much of it, but there's another coffee shop already there. If he comes out the other way, he's going to be delaying them people from getting their business in that. I don't know how, I don't understand how that's going around in there, but so How many trucks are gonna be going through there, you think? What time?
You gotta address us, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
How many trucks are gonna be going through there, we think? What kind of trucks? What time of the day is all these cars gonna be going through there versus a smaller area that, you know, they go in and out pretty quick? That, what about our base traffic going to base? What time's he gonna be open, you know? All that stuff too.
Anything else?
No, I'm thinking. I had something in mind, but I forgot what it was. But, so is he gonna hook on to the city water if he's in there? What's those places there that way, city water? Where's the water at there for that one? So where's he gonna tie on to the sewer? I know where the sewer is, but which way is he gonna tie on to the sewer? Is he gonna be having fences back in there between whatever the other phase is and that, or, you know, I don't understand how this layout is. He's gonna have to show me or something, a different map. I don't quite follow that one, but, what length are these trailers that are going in there? Are they regular semis? You know, 50, 60 footers? What kind of delivery trucks is he gonna have? How many delivery trucks? I don't know how big his complex is there, but. That's pretty much all. I mean, I'm not totally against it, but I'm just throwing all these scenarios out.
Yep. Appreciate it, Bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just something to think about.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page a little bit, looking at this, and I have been concerned a bit, because that's quite a bit of stuff going on there at one time. I mean, hopefully successful and all that. But, you know, are these trucks, these are patrons visiting to get coffee? I'm assuming that's it. I looked at that, and it says delivery there, and if it was just a delivery, well, you know, you got a cost of doing business a little bit. But night and day, I guess Don says, you know, we don't know what's going on. And I don't know, that area is pretty dodgy when there's ice on the road. And when you start to manipulate semis taking out 2 lanes, things like that, and it's gonna happen eventually. I'm for the situation, but I think those issues need to be, you know, looked at a little bit further down the road. And I think the traffic department or the state will probably, or whoever's responsible, like he's going ahead with that drive there. Yeah, it's his gamble on that. If they think it's okay, what the heck? But I think as a council, you know, I think those are concerns. I mean, I drive up and down that road, and I think I'd have an issue with that, you know, although I do enjoy the coffee. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents, and I'm just kind of reiterating what Don had. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for that. Casey, you want to come back up? Just so, Mr. Sherry, I am accurate in what I'm looking at here. It is zoned C4. So he doesn't need our permission to put what he's putting on there. He's looking for a conditional use permit based on the fact that he's wanting a drive-through, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If he was to just have a walk-up coffee shop, that would be an outright permitted use. It is the drive-through component which requires a conditional use permit.
Okay. With that, go ahead and just, for everybody's knowledge, hours of business and deliveries.
Yeah, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. Deliveries. Milk we get delivered 3 days a week. It's not by a full-size semi truck. It's like a Meadow, you know, the Meadow Gold trucks. We have Shamrock Foods, used to be Food Service of America. It's a semi. It's a smaller trailer. And then Hayden Beverage for Red Bull that gets delivered. ITD does not. We do not fall within the threshold of a traffic study because we do not generate enough cars
per hour or per day. So same process we went through on American Legion, and this access is actually only within 40 feet of being allowed without, ITD would actually allow it if it was 40 feet further. So if I own 40 more feet of the car dealership, it wouldn't be a problem. But with IDAPA guidelines, it says within 350 feet of an intersection or less, you must go through a process to make sure that it's safe to have an access point there. There was another question about the water.
Yeah, where would you tie in?
Yeah, the water would be tied in back on Colthorpe where there's already a main, and we would run the line, our plan is to run the line completely through our property, all the way from Colthorpe all the way up. I believe it's a 1 inch is what we, maybe 2, I don't know.
Require 2 inch, or 2 inch.
2 inch, yeah. But at this point, with the heavy expense of tearing up the road and repaving it for that, it seems like it'd be more fit to run it on our own property.
Okay. The other question that I would have is from the concerns that I heard. Let's say ITD denies that. You did say you had to go back to the drawing board to figure out. Now, would you allow for a truck? Would you continue to suggest a truck to be on, I believe, what is that, Garrett, for the entry there? Or, because that was one of the concerns.
I would not, I would not encourage it. It's against the law, so.
Okay.
No, I would not. There's a full acre there, so if that whole access wasn't being used, I suppose that could be a spot for a turnaround for a truck if needed. But we'd have to go back to the drawing board and look at it. It's, like I said, we're trying to make it work with the space given, and I wouldn't want to, and I've discussed this with ITD, with that piece of property, if I were, for example, to do a lot split, if it were to be annexed into the city, and let's say I want to do 2 half-acre parcels now, well, now how does this left acre get access? ITD would have to grant it access, because it would, at that point, be landlocked.
Mm-hmm.
If I sold it, would that be correct, or do you not want to
speculate?
Speculate. That's kind of where, ideally it would be in our best interest to split it into 2 half acres and try to cram cars like people do, maximize the return and sell off another parcel, but that's not what we want to do. We want to make sure, if it's not easy for customers to get in and out, they don't want to do business there.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a pain to get in and out of, you'll go somewhere else. So that's where we look at it and want to make sure that it's just like the city or the state. We want to make sure that it's feasible for everyone.
I appreciate you answering all the questions too. Commission, any more? No? Travis, Billy?
No.
Mark?
None.
Okay, looking for a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of the requested conditional use permit to the City Council with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant's annexation request and zoning designation of C4, subject to site plan amendments as required by building, public works, fire, and zoning officials to comply with applicable city codes and standards. Number 3, all future development will comply with the uses and bulk and coverage controls of the C4 zoning district. Number 4, the applicant shall meet the performance and design standards for drive-in establishments per City Code 9-9-14. And number 5, the applicant shall comply with and receive all required approvals from the Idaho Transportation Department.
Okay, have first, have a second.
Second.
Second by Mark. Travis?
Aye.
Billy? Aye. Nancy?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
An aye for me as well. Motion passes. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate it. Casey, I'll give you some time to head out if you want to head out, or, yeah? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next action item tonight, we have a planned unit development for the village, an applicant by Robert Nash, a request by Robert Nash for a rezone for an I-2 and C4 to an R4 planned unit development. The request would allow for a master plan development consisting of 8 24-unit apartment buildings totaling 192 apartment units, 56 garage, 188 covered parking stalls, and 141 open parking stalls. Additional amenities include a clubhouse, swimming pool, pickleball courts, barbecue and picnic area, tot lot, dog run, and electric charging station. The parcels slated for development are located east of North Haskett Street and north of West 5th North Street. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the request before you is concerning property which is already within the corporate boundaries of the city of Mountain Home. The property, sorry as I make you all seasick, going back and forth, is approximately 9 acres. It too is a singular property made out of a few different lots which are there. It's proposed that all of the lots in question be rezoned to R4 PUD to be developed, as you mentioned, as R4 high-density residential development. When we look to the future land use map, which we have here, just so everyone has an idea of where we're at, we have downtown Mountain Home right here. We have the Mountain Home Rail Industrial Park, and then we have these single-family neighborhoods to the south. Right across the road, we also have some multifamily type product. Per the future land use map, a portion lies within the commercial designation, and then a portion lies within the light industrial designation. As I mentioned before concerning the future land use map, those points are not hard and fast. However, they are to show you that generally these are the sorts of uses that we want within these areas. This area is extremely unique in that we have multiple different uses in very close proximity of each other. We have our downtown with commercial offerings right here. We have the Mountain Home Rail Industrial Park, which slowly but surely is gaining users for the park. And then we have single-family homes directly to the south. You have an assortment of different traffic needs in that area. In my opinion, the biggest concern before this body, looking at the number of units provided, will be the traffic. I urge you to look at the executive summary of the traffic impact study that was provided. Other than that, when we look to our comprehensive plan, we see a need specifically for this type of housing, which is higher density multifamily. This certainly would be the highest, densest, largest multifamily development that Mountain Home has seen. There are some things which are less than optimal. The proximity to the railroad track, and also that it is right by light industrial. However, there is the argument that it also creates a buffer product for those single-family homes as well. Certain things to certainly consider. There is also the opportunity for economic impact for downtown businesses, being that they are in somewhat walking distance to this development for potential economic reaching. The items that I asked the body to consider is we are rezoning to R4, and then we're having the PUD as well. As you go through those items in your staff report, we're looking at, will the zoning be harmonious? Is it going to foster and also promote the appropriate land use combinations we want to see in that area? Is the area going to be in a future annexation, or I mean not annexation, in a future rezone in what we deem to be the new future? Is it going to be designed in such a way? Is it going to be built in such a way? And that's where the site plan is very important, that it's going to be harmonious for the area and also harmonious for those people who choose to reside there. Per the Plan Unit Development Ordinance, it meets the requirements in order to utilize this as a means to go forward with their development. I believe with the number of amenities being asked, that this is more than what is in our base multifamily residential standards. I believe the figure is normally you have to have at least 2 amenities. They have a lot. One thing that the applicant will be speaking to directly, which is in the planned unit development agreement, does pertain to impact fees. The applicant does recognize that the city is going through that process right now, and they are going to be asked for a recommendation. I would ask that our legal counsel speak to you on how you should speak to that and look at that. But they are asking that the city council ultimately sign within that PUD that they can only raise the impact fees to such an amount for this specific applicant. Other than that, I don't have anything else at this time. As I mentioned before, though, staff's largest concerns are traffic oriented. In the traffic study which was provided, we can see that all these intersections were the study areas. The area that is of greatest concern is right at Haskett and Air Base Road. Currently, and anyone who is in the public can probably speak to this as well, it is currently failing. It's a grade F as it is currently, without adding this on top of it. Per their TIS though, adding this doesn't necessarily make it fail any worse. But the idea and the recommendation potentially being sought by this body is how that should be rectified. Now, I can tell you that impact fees would definitely be a way that we would remedy this. Or we can speak to this development directly, if you would like, and say, well, we believe that you are the main cause, you should do X. Those are all conversations to be had. With that, I do not have anything to add. I would invite that the applicant come up. I believe they have a presentation for us. And then afterwards you may ask your questions, and then we can eventually lead into the public hearing.
Perfect, sounds good. Thank you.
So I will invite
Mr. Chairman, Robert Nash, 10365 West Highlander Road, Boise, Idaho, 83709. We're excited to be here in Mountain Home, so it's been a great meeting. My partner is Todd McCauley. He's from Eagle. He actually serves on planning and zoning. What an important and difficult job you guys have, and you handle it with a lot of grace and dignity. So we're really excited to be in Mountain Home, and we're grateful for the opportunity to present this project. When we started looking at Mountain Home, we came out and we were talking with Brock and Rich and Brenda, and we just saw a really big opportunity and need for housing. And so what we were proposing is to do 8 apartment buildings that are 24 plexes. If you could click to the next one. And this is our site plan, and we kind of tried to configure this so we had a lot of open space. This is more or less a community within a community. We provided a lot of amenities, and which they kind of listed, but you can see the pool, pickleball course, clubhouse, dog run, basketball courts, hot lot, picnic area. We also tried to provide a buffer between the proposed industrial road. Those purple things up there are garages, which would create kind of a sound barrier. And we also are going to do a lot of landscaping back there. So, all right, next slide. If it works. That's just kind of a rendering of our 24 plexes. We tried to make something aesthetically pleasing and practical living. So, just
really quick, the property profile, I know this is zoned industrial and commercial. What we did is when we were looking at this, between 2012 and 2018, this property has been listed 15 times and it never sold. Some of those listings were for 365 days. You know, I'm kind of a free market guy, and it's like, you know, it's where there's a need. To me, that's the highest and best use. This land has existed. There was even a development agreement for an industrial railway type product, and it just never happened. So when it finally sold, it was to a developer who we bought it from, and he came to Brock, and they had some kind of site plan. Ours is quite a bit different site plan. I like to think better. And so anyway, we feel like this, and I know a lot of people think, well, industrial, commercial, but this property, we think the highest and best use and the biggest economic impact and benefit to meet the city's goals of housing, economic, and community development and managed growth is through this, which we'll speak about in some slides. One of the things I failed to mention is that just shows the listings and all the expired, and you can see how low some of these lots were and nobody bought it. I wish I could have bought it for that price, you know, back in the day. But just to show there was no market for what the proposed use, the next one. I think this is a good buffer and transitional spot. I think this could be part of the revitalization of downtown. The city's goals is housing. One of the biggest reasons we came to Mountain Home is because there are so many reports 100 airmen don't have sufficient housing. There are a ton of people that are going to Boise, Cuna, Twin Falls, and what's happening is they're taking, it's like, what's the point of creating jobs here if they're not retaining the money in Mountain Home? Go to the next slide. Let's skip that because we're going to be short on time. So some of the economic impact on this, this project would be about $25 million to build. I think one of the biggest thing is like Mountain Home is like hemorrhaging all their prosperity to other communities. There's about $11,520,000 that 192 people, their income would provide. Mountain Home dollars stayed in Mountain Home. That would help the butcher, baker, the candlestick maker. There's about a $200,000 a year increase in property tax, which I like to think of as residual income for the city that we'll be getting year after year. The impact fees as proposed are $230,400. I'm not going to speak to impact fees. You guys did a great job. We just asked something be reasonable. A 400% increase when we started this project and budgeted and did our capital expenditures. That's what we budgeted. We would just ask something reasonable. Developers should pay for their impact fees. I will say one thing with the developers and stuff in Boise is they're like, it costs the same to build Mountain Home, but you don't get the same rents and you don't get the same values. And I would just ask to consider that. That is a mitigating factor. You know, in Boise, you can pass those impact fees on to the home buyer and to the renters, but they're also getting $1,800, $1,900 in rents. Here it's like $1,100 or $1,200. It is a huge difference. And I would just say consider that. But yeah, developers should pay their share. Building permit fees, $80,000. We use fiber optics. Sewer hookup, water hookup fees are a lot, you know. Anyway, so, you know, one of the things I've seen a lot as we've gone through this process is, what about commercial, what about commercial? My experience as a developer, and I think most people know, commercial follows rooftops. You know, they do traffic counts. The traffic impact study is a double-edged sword. Businesses want traffic counts. That's where all your high-end nationals are going to go and stuff, but it also impacts the community. They do traffic counts, they do rooftop studies, and that's where the rooftops are going to bring more commercial and more opportunity. So anyway, I think I am out of time. Anyway, so if there's any questions or anything else, I'd be happy to ask them. Thank you.
Any questions?
I think mostly it's, like you said before, the traffic, the impact of that, to me, with that road. I don't have any question. Go ahead.
Could I address that? So that's a great question and a valid concern. So we were required to have a traffic impact study that was done by the professionals that do that. So they did say that that system is basically a grade F. It is a failed system. This traffic impact will not make it any more of a failed system. One of the things Brock and I talked about, and these guys have been very instrumental. I've never seen a city, no offense, Eagle, that is just, let's work together and let's get something done. What's the need? Can we be of service and of help? Of course, we're in it to make money and stuff, but to make it a win-win. One of the things is, there's roundabouts, there's traffic lights. There's a lot of things that can be done. This is one small project that can bring a lot of stimulus to pay for these kind of things. We are improving the street on 5th. We're doing half the road, curb gutter and sidewalk. And so there's some really simple solutions. Boise, I live over there, and yeah, it's grown. They do those roundabouts. There's some pretty things that are pretty affordable that can be done, to address these situations. We've dealt with this in Middleton and other situations where we've just done practical solutions, to basically open. Mountain Home is on the verge. I mean, there's buzz out here, and it's like, who's going to go first? There hasn't been one done since 2008. People are always like, how's it going to Mountain Home? I'm like, actually pretty friggin' awesome, but I don't know. It's an exciting time to be in. I think this is a great project. I think it is a win for everybody and will have a positive impact overall.
Travis, Billy? One question I did email Brock, the EDUs and availability of EDUs and the ratio of apartments, is it one EDU per unit, and how many do we have remaining available?
Correct, so I'll let Rich speak to that, but as far as the apartment configuration, I think that's important. These are 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartments, I believe approximately, I want to say 1,100, but I don't think it's 1,100. I think it's 1,000.
Right about that.
Oh, man.
Give or take.
100 square feet. The applicant is not asking for any sort of deviance as far as the EDU fee termination. And as far as our availability, I will hand that over to Mr. Richard Key.
We would still be in our wheelhouse to have those. I mean, we're still good with 192. We're good.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir?
Brock, you probably answer this question. How big of an F does the traffic got to be at Haskett and Air Base Road to get a light there?
I'll tell you.
Or whatever the fix would be, so it's not an F.
I'm going to say the sad thing is to try to get some funds from ITD and things, it needs to have accidents there. And so that's...
Well, we're working on it.
We're working on it, yeah. Unfortunately, that's how that works with some of that, with those. And I mean, that's kind of the sad thing. It was in our impact areas for impact fees. So that was one of our spots that we had in our CIP. So it is impact eligible. But we figured that's what it was, 70% is what we thought growth is going to have to get that to get going. So.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, I'll have you guys step out and I'll open up public hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing.
Yes, I live out there near where this is proposed.
Could you state your
The
name?
traffic situation is already terrible from Marathon and Wolf Brothers.
Ma'am,
And-
can you state your name first?
Pardon?
Can you please state your name first?
June Zillish.
Thank you, June.
Thanks, June.
And I have her address.
And to put 400 more cars out on an already busy, dangerous intersection is ridiculous. The kids going to West Elementary are not bused. Any little kids in this area would have to walk across 5th or Haskett to get to West Elementary. That's a suicide mission with 400 more cars. It's Something needs to be done about a traffic situation. Coming down from Marathon, it's 35. They don't slow down. And you will not see a cop out there at 6:30 in the morning slowing them down. I go there every morning to that intersection at 6:30. It's going to be very, very dangerous adding 400 more cars to that intersection. So something would have to be done majorly to protect the kids walking back and forth across that street.
Thank you, June.
So I can reference it here. How y'all doing? I'm John Kruger. I live at 410 West 3rd North. I wanted to reference the traffic study here. Y'all got shafted a little bit with it. There were the 4 dots that were on Haskett going out toward Wolf. I think you need to switch lines.
That may help.
That's basically an untraveled road right now. I mean, there's a little bit of industrial traffic that goes out there and city traffic. So A, B, and C, that's more or less a non-issue as far as your traffic study goes. Now where number 2 is, that's a difficult intersection. I live right in this area. I've sat right there at number 2 on Haskett for 10 minutes when Marathon is doing their shift change. That happens 3 times a day. And you can get stuck there for a good long time. The other thing over here at number 3 and number 4, but especially number 4, I believe that if this were to be a viable project, we need another railroad crossing somewhere in that area to facilitate this apartment building. Because I have been backed up, and that traffic has been backed up from number 3 all the way back almost to number 2 in my experience. So it's not so much the Haskett traffic going up to 2, it's more the traffic coming from Marathon and then crossing right there where old Taco John's was. That's from personal experience, it's difficult. That's all I got.
Thank you, John.
Misty Pierce again. So I know I said that I had sent you guys some concerns. My main concerns were traffic, parking, the canal and the railroad tracks being close. I don't know how much proximity because you can't really tell. There's no grid or square to tell you how close it is within either the canal or the railroad, and then the development of the property values around and possibly the charging stations in this complex. That was in my letter. What I didn't get to tell you, because I did not receive the information until 9 o'clock this morning after I sent the stuff to Brenda to have submitted to you guys, is after reviewing it, I don't see an environmental impact study that must be included within the city ordinances. That is specifically stated within required finding facts. And then I also did not see the traffic study for West 5th North and the main over the railroad tracks. It's listed, but there was no study conducted that I can see on that. That is a crucial area, as everybody has stated. I have emailed Daniel Brennan, Councilman Brennan, once before saying, you know, there's a small no left-hand turn sign, and I've almost been hit by a Amazon driver, and they just shrug their shoulders. They don't give a crap that they're taking a left turn when there should not be a left turn. There's also a prior from crossing Main Street from Albertsons over to go over the railroad tracks. It says no trucks. Last week there was a road blockage, and I couldn't figure out why. There was no trains. I didn't hear any trains right before I left. I come around, finally get around the little bend over there at 5th to go over the tracks, and it's a Hyler box tank truck going to S&P trucking. They're not supposed to be crossing that railroad. They're not supposed to be turning left, but they block traffic all the way back to Elmcrest because they're blocking traffic when they shouldn't be, and they're taking illegal left turns. That area is dangerous. It's not safe. My other concerns is with the railroad as well. The railroad was not informed. This is close enough to proximity of their areas and the industrial areas. They were not informed. I had to inform them and ask them what their laws were on proximity. And it is stated in the U.S., the 43 U.S. Code 93 for right-of-way of public lands granted to railroads. And that's a violation of your city ordinance. This happens a lot, that you guys are not informing, or somebody is not informing the entities that are supposed to be informed. Railroads stressed how much they need industrial areas, and then there's the industrial area behind the city acquired for those purposes, the tracks. Thank you.
Me again, Don. I have a few questions. She hit on some of them. How close are you guys gonna try to build to the railroad? What's the plans for the future of them tracks? Are we gonna keep them active for the base? Or what? Is Wolf Brothers gonna ever be able to truck their, or train their hay out in and out of there, you know, in the future or whatever? I don't know what the plans are there, but they used to bring lumber in out of there, stuff, but, them apartments, are we capable of, is our fire department or trained well enough to fight them two-story fires yet? I don't know. What else was I thinking? The kids, like she said, I grew up in that area. I had to walk to school. I lived the other side of that area, but I remember when it used to be vacant there in the corner of that intersection. I remember when there was a business out in there even. Is that in the flood zone at all? How many, I caught a glimpse of, I didn't catch all of how many apartments he said was going to be there, but is all of it going to be out on parking lot for their cars? Are they going to have underground parking? Where's the water coming from to the places? How wide are their sidewalks going to have to be? They're going to repair both sides of that road? How far out? I heard him say a little ways, but I don't know how far, you know, but past that intersection or what. But what else is it? Where's the power coming from for that? Is it all going to be underground or above ground? How much of that corner is going to be wiped out of the old stuff that was there? I don't know. The old house, the shop. What else is it? They are, like they were saying, are they going to have to put a light there? Because if they go over the tracks, that's going to be backed up that way. They either got to go out towards Elmcrest. If these are military people, I'm not against them, but if it's military people, they're going to have to go 1 of 3 ways out of there, or 4 ways rather. And they're going to, you know, that's quite a few people, depending on what time of the day or what shifts or all that stuff. And there is quite a few kids in them apartments yet. You know, I see them out there in the mornings, and some of them are walking, some of them aren't paying attention. What's it going to do to that school there west if these people, unless there's single families, you know, no kids yet or whatever? That's, you know, how many of them are, I didn't catch that part, you know. Are we going to have to build another grocery store?
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Gosh, I feel bad for this whole situation because it's a nice project and everything else. It's just in the wrong place. And it'd be great if the city was to maybe work with the developer and come up with an alternate place, land swap, or anything of that nature, because I think Mountain Home needs a project of this nature. It's just the wrong location. I think we all can concur all of that. I agree, the children problem, the railroad problem, that corner, you gotta straighten it out. I don't know how you can do that, X, Y, Z. And I think everything else is apparent. But I think what's not apparent is work with the developer and see what he, you got a nice plan, but it's just the wrong location. I mean, but you gotta watch that impact, because those cars are gonna have to be moving around. So I think you guys can get creative with it, if you try. That's all I got to say.
Can I just ask one thing?
Give me 1 second. Does anybody else want to say anything? Does anybody want to do a second testimony?
The only question I got is just one thing. In Boise, they have a lot of, I don't know if they're volunteers or if they're paid. One thing they could do is if they want to be a cross guard out there a lot of the time. But it's going to take a while for people to get used to that.
Thank you, Don. Okay, seeing no more, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for that one. I'll go ahead and bring up the developers again. Come on up. Commission. Go for it.
No, good.
You good? Okay. Philip?
One thing for Brock, one resident brought up about the railroad and not being informed. How can you speak to that, or an environmental impact?
So I can speak, and I'll have Brenda confirm, but we sent a notification to all of the required users on the public entities list, which include Oregon Short Line Railroad Company, Union Pacific Corporation, and 17 who are at 1700 4 Street, 10th South, Florida Street in Omaha, Nebraska. So they were informed. I can tell you that I have had correspondence with a Union Pacific employee. I told them to make official comment. The concerns that they had was, man, we need a lot of industrial rail. There's a lot of opportunity there. I can tell you that the city has been actively working with the Union Pacific Railroad for the past 2 years with other individuals in order to develop the railroad. I can tell you that the city plans on developing that spur. In order to revitalize it and get it in functioning order, it's going to take about approximately $700,000. The city is deliberating on multiple ways that we can fund that, whether it be grants or whether it be developers helping shoulder the burden. As far as the environmental impact study, I believe that it is one of the requirements when we look at the PUD to look at the environment and see if a environment analysis is needed. But I'm not sure that the specific language is an environmental impact study must take place.
Then the other notice that you gave to the public entities was to the school system, and
correct.
You didn't get a reply or any correspondence. So
We did not.
They were notified, just chose not to reply.
Yes.
Sounds to me like one of the biggest concerns, and again, I'd say the biggest concerns for me as well would be traffic. Traffic's definitely an issue, especially discussed over off of number 3, I believe. That's right over the railroad tracks there next to the Taco John's. That's definitely a consideration for sure. Coming out off of Haskett on Air Base Road, major problem, but I think Rich, you already talked about that. ITD is very specific on what it takes to get a light there. There definitely needs to be a light there. However, I don't know if it's right to force a developer to shoulder the issue that's been going on before the developer even showed up. I don't think that's fair for the developer personally.
Mr. Chair. One of the things that myself and the Public Works Director did look at, and I'm very glad that the audience member was here to make that point, was about kids walking to school, and hearing testimony that Fifth North can become very busy, especially during shift change. I don't believe it would be, I believe there would be a nexus to some sort of crosswalk or something, going from the development over Fifth North, so that children would be able to walk all the way to the elementary school, which is right there. I believe that was an excellent point made.
Okay, so crosswalk consideration, sure.
I would even put in, a rapid delineator like we have downtown with some of those crossings too.
When
Push the button and it blinks really fast,
I think about with, at Hacker Crossing, I mean, that's one of our busiest roads in the whole city. And they have a cross person there, here at Hacker. So that they walk the kids across when school's in and out.
The problem with that is, though, that is directly across the street from Hacker, so that's within the property. You're looking at, that's quite
Right,
a
way
distance
back.
from, yeah.
There's a
We do,
Go ahead, Rich.
Chairman, Commissioners, I mean, they do, our safe routes to school from Hacker, one of them is crossing Main Street there at Second, and that, we do have one of the delineators, that's part of the deal why we have those, so it could be something that we can, look at for that spot.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm sure that developers would look at something like that too.
Okay. Commission, any other questions? So besides that, no conversation about traffic?
I think, well, going back to that place, we're in with the marathon traffic. As far as the school's concerned, with the kids going back and forth, they don't, marathon is what, 6 in the morning? So the big traffic, that's the first, and then at 2, it's off. So you're not gonna, that's not gonna correspond when all the kids are going to school or coming home, basically.
Mr. Chairman, the sort of traffic impact study talks about AM peak hours and PM peak hours. There's a pretty dramatic difference between the daily trips and those peak hours. I'm just curious of the peak hours they used, 7 a.m. to 9, or do we know that?
Good question. Do we know that?
off the top of my head, no, but I can go to my meeting.
Okay.
So it's just for the record that the report shows of AM peak hours, 103 trips addition with this development, and I'm sorry, 82 trips occurring during the weekday AM peak hours and 103 trips occurring in the weekday PM peak hours. Just curious what the peak hours are.
Is it just the general statement?
It was just a general question. I mean, it's,
Well,
because you were talking about those times for the school
Right.
when the traffic's just kind of thinking what.
Mr. Chairman, 7 to 9 and 2 to 4. 4 to 6. Or 4 to 6.
7 to 9, 4
Yeah.
to 6, okay.
Don't quote me on that. Quote him on that.
Mr. Nash, I do have a question.
Sir.
Have you considered a different area, or is that property kind of like, that's what you went to and that's where you're going for? Have you considered the potential of building in a different area?
Mr. Chairman, we have looked around Mountain Home. This was the property that was brought to us. It had the history. They had already talked with Brock and Rich and Brendan and stuff and developed this plan, and we thought it was an ideal location, close to downtown, part of the revitalization. We felt it really fit with the city's goals, especially, right there downtown. It's a good buffer. We had looked at the history. Nobody has done anything, with all due respect to Union Pacific, they could have bought it on the cheap, and a lot of, and even if they did build something, where are the people going to live? Are they going to go to Boise? It's like, we just want to keep the cup in the water that's all spilling out to all these other communities, all this prosperity, not even the growth. Just keep what's here, and everyone will benefit, and that's what we saw. And so I will tell you that we are looking at other places, as I know other people are. I think that and I'm biased, but I think this is the catalyst. I think somebody said it earlier, break the dam, somebody come, and I just think this will provide a ton of resources. All these infrastructure problems, there is going to be money. I mean, this is one project. Some of these other guys, there's money to fix all this infrastructure problem with traffic and everything, and still keep this small town community. You guys know everyone's name probably except for us, which this is my daughter, my favorite daughter, Shelby, because she has my grandson. But yeah, I love it here. You guys know everyone. Everyone's friendly. There's no personal attack. This would be a great thing to be a part of.
Do you have a projected completion date on what you're thinking?
So we're ready to go. We've actually, in hopefulness and faith, we've started our civil engineering drawings, and we anticipate, if we are fortunate enough to get approval, that they will be done within a couple weeks, submitted to Rich. I know our architect and engineer, I believe both have been working with them, and we would, break ground, assuming this supply chain crisis and everything, other than force majeure, we would break ground this summer, and we hope, horizontal, we hope to start vertically. My good friend Robbie is part of this and part of the build team, and he's done a lot. He actually conducted a survey, which I didn't mention because we didn't have time of like 192 talk to commercial, but we're ready to go. We have crews that are working on a project in Boise for JBI that are going to come right out here. So, don't mean to seem too eager,
No, that's good. The reason I asked the question is because, Rich, is there anything on our books in the city to even consider maintenance on that road as a city to figure out what we want to do with that road?
So they'll have to do, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, they'll have to do one half up on the south fifth, on the west fifth north. They'll have to do half of the road and all the sidewalk and things on that side. On the other side, they're just going to have to put in just I think it was just the curb and gutter. So
and some buffer
and some landscape buffer.
Okay. So, but as a city, are we planning any kind of thing for?
Not right. I mean, we're going to have to get something on it, but no. I mean, there isn't. That's not on our radar yet. We will get some of the work. Some of that might get done. We are going to do a water project in that area, in the Tyndall subdivision area. So we might be able to get some of that at that time. We might be able to do some mill and overlay to. If I can get it programmed in.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Chairman.
Nothing like traffic lights or roundabouts or things like that.
No, I'm thinking more of maintenance, keep up, because that.
So we do. I mean, that's basically from. Yeah, we're doing regular maintenance on it all the time.
Okay.
So.
Mark?
We got kind of caught up in the traffic and the roads here. We never even asked about drought tolerant landscaping and grasses, which always comes up because water concerns and mountain homes and so forth. So I'd just be curious if you could address what the plan is for that.
Thank you, through the chairman, commissioner. We do have a zero-scape landscape. I went a little fast. I thought I only had like 3 minutes here, so and I didn't see a timer on it, so I might have rushed, but I apologize. In our packet, it does address that, and we have the zero-scape, which Brock recommended to be, mindful of the water situation out there. Very beautiful landscaping, but it is the zero-scape for water conservation, so thank you for that.
As you see, that looks fantastic.
That's right.
I think it solves our water problem.
I believe so.
long as it's not Buffalo.
Commissioner, any other questions?
No.
Okay, I entertain a motion. And before you motion, do you consider the what's that called, Rich? What delineate?
The
Crosswalk thingy?
A rapid, yeah, a rapid delineation.
Yeah. Delineation considered in your
Rapid
recommendation.
crosswalk, I can't think of what it's called. It's not a hawk, that's a different one, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to recommend the City Council to approve the request by Robert Nash for rezone I-2 and C4 to an R4 plan unit development, PUD. The request would allow for master plan development consisting of 8 24-unit apartment buildings totaling 192 apartments units and 56 garages, 188 covered parking stalls, 141 open parking stalls. Additional amenities include clubhouse, swimming pool, pickleball courts, barbecue and picnic area, tot lot, dog run, and electric charging stations. The parcels slated for development are located east of North Haskett Street and north of 5th North Street, with the following conditions: subject to the site plan amendments as required by building, public works, fire, and zoning officials to comply with appropriate city codes and standards. And 2, all future development will comply with the use of bulk and coverage controls provided in attachment 9, proposed plan unit agreement.
Add that.
Do you want to add the condition?
And 3, the condition of which roads?
Cross.
Would be West 5th North and North Haskett.
And it's an RFB, a rapid flashing beacon.
RFB.
With the condition to install an RFB at West 5th North and North Haskett.
Yes. Okay, Mark's my first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Nancy. Travis?
Aye.
Billy? Nancy? Mark?
Aye.
And aye as well. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
3 more, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more.
I think, yeah.
Going to the restroom.
It's RFB.
I just hit.
You want a break?
Not really.
Okay. See you in a minute.
Unless everybody else thinks.
No.
Crosswalk sign. Crosswalk
So, nothing. We're moving on to the next one. He'll be back. We're gonna push. Stop it. We're gonna push through these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next action item tonight is a vacation for a Fruitland subdivision. The applicant of Cruz and Taylor. A request by Case Cruz in care of Steve Taylor of Tarrant to vacate a portion of Fruitdale subdivision, which contains all of lots 12, 19, 20, 21, and 22, and portions of lots 9, 10, and 11 of Block 10, containing approximately 14.37 acres. Mr. Cherry.
Mr. Chair, this is one that we are familiar with. Just a few months ago, you did approve a planned unit development for this piece of property and also an annexation. What is being presented today is a vacation of the existing subdivision, which exists within the property, within the corporate boundaries of the city of Mountain Home. What I'll show you is this is part of the Fruitdale subdivision, which is very, very old. I believe over 100.
No signal.
Looks great.
There we go. So the subject property, which is right here, here's 10th, formerly known as Daniels Road. We have the Silverstone subdivision to the west. Currently, there exists the Fruitdale subdivision, which I believe was originally platted before 1900, and the property is made up of all of these little subdivision lots. In order for the applicant to proceed with developing the property and platting it for development, he must vacate the existing subdivision, which lies underneath. so that all of these lots will be vacated and the property will be considered blank so that the applicant can proceed with platting the property per the planned unit development, which was passed prior. So this one is fairly straightforward. Yeah, the Fruitdale subdivision was 1896.
Just yesterday.
It was just yesterday. Given the approval process that you're looking at, the vacation requires us to do a public hearing. It does ask that we contact all property owners within 300 feet, which we have done as we've done before. And let's say that this wasn't a subdivision, but it was like a roadway being vacated or a utility line. We would also be responsible for contacting whoever has a right to that item, be it some sort of easement, be it a road, what have you. So with that, I open up myself for any questions. We also have the applicant available to speak further towards the vacation request.
I don't know, sounds pretty simple to me. You're just removing what's underneath to put new stuff on it. That's kind of what I gathered from that. Commissioner, do you have any questions? Okay, with no questions because it is a public hearing, I do want to open it up for anybody who wants to speak to vacating the portion of the Fruitland subdivision. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and with that, Commission, questions, comments, or a motion?
Make a motion.
Good.
Request to vacate portion of Fruitland subdivision which contains all of lots 12, 19, 20, 21, 22, and portions of lot 9, 10, 11, and 11 of block 10 contain approximately 14.3 acres.
First, have a second?
Second.
Second by Nancy. Travis?
Aye.
Billy?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion passes. Moving to the next one, which we have is an amending existing PUD for 10th Street neighborhood. An applicant by Cruz and Taylor, request by Tyrion LLC representing Case of Cruz to amend the existing 10th Street neighborhood R4 planned unit development. The existing approved PUD request allowed for a master plan development consisting of townhomes, live-work housing units, commercial space, and open space amenities. The expansion request will include single-family units, storage facilities, a daycare, and additional open space and amenities. The existing PUD is located on a parcel of land located on South 10th East Street, formerly Daniels Road, east of Southwest Silverstone Avenue, west of South 10th East Street. Mr. Cherry.
Alrighty. So a little bit of history on this. In February, this body recommended approval of the 10th Street neighborhood, which was intended to be a PUD that would consist of two different phases, one being the Blue Juniper portion and the second being the Sweetgrass portion. So the portion of the PUD which was approved consists of 24 live-work attached townhomes, 8 non-live-work townhomes, 4 attached townhomes with small office, and also a small coffee shop right on the bottom floor, a shared community green space, which does consist of playground area, community gardens, sports fields, activity fields. Now, the second portion of it is to consist of 76 single-family dwelling units and a approximate 3,650 square foot mixed-use building, which will serve as a daycare facility and also provide 6 dwelling units right on top in a multifamily configuration. So again, to give you some imagery of what has been passed, let's go to here. We'll zoom in right here. So originally, this is what the applicant had. We have the live-work units. We have some attached townhomes. We have some commercial space here right on the bottom, with also some multifamily offerings. And then we also did the activity field, sports courts, dog park, community gardens. Now the second phase, which does have more dwellings, is going to consist of, I believe it was 76 single-family dwellings, and it's also going to include the mixed-use daycare facility. These dwelling units will be directly adjacent to the existing single-family subdivision to the west, which is the Silverstone subdivision. So that is something to take note of. Also, in preparing the secondary phase of this application, the applicant has found that a substantial portion, and I'm going to rotate this super duper fast for you. Is actually within floodway. Which most of it being within the first phase. The applicant is aware with this, and they are aware that they will have to meet floodplain regulations, that they will have to do the necessary studies, and also obtain the required permitting.
Floodway or floodplain?
Floodway.
Big difference.
Or no, it's not floodway, it's floodplain. It's AE, not floodway.
Zone A.
It's zone A, not floodway. I apologize.
Big difference. Okay.
I know there's a big difference, but I've been talking more than you. So.
We should all be thankful.
We should.
We are.
Yes, I apologize. The applicant is aware of all of the requirements that need to take place there. Within the plan unit development document, though, he is asking, and that it be considered at the platting stage, that due to this being in the A-type zone, he needs to establish base flood elevation before he can construct anything. However, he is hoping that he may be able to build a access road pending the approval with the subdivision by the fire marshal and other concerned parties that wouldn't be fully built out to city standards until the BFE is established, and he can actually construct the roadway to completeness. This roadway is proposed to be dedicated to the city. The city would not take on the roadway until it was completed in its entirety. I'll let the applicant speak more to this, but I believe the purpose is the applicant would like to begin construction on the portion which is not within that A zone, and to help move the project going forward. And I believe he can also speak to you concerning the timetable when he hopes to have the BFE designation.
Come on up. Thanks for your time tonight. Steve Taylor, 3368 Lake Harbor Lane, Boise, Idaho, 83703. That was really a good introduction. I don't have a lot to add. I can go through some slides that you have seen before, if necessary, but Brock summarized that very well. I believe we'll have a BFE designation before we apply for any other permits. So I think Brock was a little conservative in what he just asked. So we're not asking for any special consideration there. We just learned on February 2nd of this situation. So we engaged a hydraulic engineer right away. We've got that study underway. We don't expect there to be any above grade or BFE issues in our final configuration. In addition, we have conducted another traffic study for the additional units, and again, that came back after consideration of all farm and municipal and delivery and additional traffic to have passed and be acceptable.
Can you explain just real quick your use of the road in which Brock was discussing, how it's going to be an incomplete road? Can you just discuss that real quick?
Well, some time has passed since we had that discussion with our hydraulic engineers, and they expect to be able to satisfy the requirement for a BFE before that. And in that, it's required by law that we define a no-rise zone so that the difference between flood zone and floodway is understood, not just legally, but hydrologically. So we will adhere to any requirements that the engineering study compiles.
Okay, perfect. Commission, any other questions?
No?
Okay, I'll have you step back and we'll open it up to a public hearing.
Just leave this here. Thank you.
Okay, I'll offer any public who wants to come and share any comments, concerns, questions about the PUD for the 10th Street neighborhood. On it. I just need your name and address for record.
While you're able to sign it. Yeah, I'll just sign it. My name is Robert Mott, 1991 South 10th East Street. I'm directly north of this property. So there's a trailer court, and I'm directly north of that trailer court, and then the back part of that development is bordering my property also. This is no different than what we addressed February, except we're doubling the size. You got foot in the door, and now you want to double the size. It's nothing about money. It's about money. You know, we talked about last time in February that the owner of the property cares about the residents. Well, that trailer court's an eyesore. It's been an eyesore. They didn't do nothing to it until last year when this started the development process. And then they cleaned it up a little bit. But, I mean, that's what we're going to see with whatever we got, 100 some odd residences. I don't know. It's going to be an eyesore. It's still a one-way street. I mean, we're not addressing that. We're just adding more traffic to it. We're adding businesses to it. It's ridiculous is what this is. So.
Thanks, Robert. Ma'am, did you want to come up?
Wait for Bob to put his name down. First to order, I live on South 10th East as well, just closer to the stop sign than Bob. So my concerns, of course, are the traffic. Everybody thinks it's the quarter-mile racetrack anyway that lives down on that end of the road. It still is a rural area, an agricultural area. So also concerning is moving my farm equipment with implements around all of this traffic. At the end of this road, there is a pinch point. There are 3 stop signs within 50 feet. And one is crossing 12th Street across the railroad tracks where there is another stop sign. So therefore is another funnel comparable to the Taco John's railroad crossing. There's only one outlet I'm seeing in this property, only on South 10th East Street. So is that a fire concern for the fire truck and other emergency vehicles potentially having to visit that area? Also, have you spoken to the school district? Will there be any room at the local schools for these potential residents? I've also heard that the city claimed that there are wells, but where are these wells for this proposed subdivision? Or if there are private wells on that subdivision, there are restrictions on water usage, it being agricultural or farm ground. You have to use that water for its intended purpose in a certain amount of time. So I'm not sure if it could be used as a residential or a trailer park water source. And again, concerning the wastewater, it's just down from that road. It's one of those subdivisions we're boasting water views, which overlook the wastewater ponds. I'm like, well, Just that, yes, there is concerns that this is a rural county and city combined, so what does that mean for us who are still county? Who am I gonna call when I have to call the police for the quarter-mile racetrack traffic violation down that road, because it is not a through road? Not that that would maybe make a difference. And how are you going to keep those kids safe and other pedestrians on that street? A lot of people use that street because it is a rural area for exercise and recreation, walking, because it is a quiet area. Also, okay.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it.
Suzette Poole, 1186 Gillespie Lane. My concern is, where are they going to get the water? I was up at the water board. In 2016, the director of the water board made Mountain Home a critical water area. Anything over 5 acres has to have a meter on it now. In 2019, if you do not have a meter on it, they're going to start fining you, which includes the city of Mountain Home, which is also on this list. There's a list here. All these people have wells in the city of Mountain Home. They're all over 5 acres. They all have to be monitored. If they're not monitored, by 2019, actually, they're going to start ranking people up and fining them. So here's the information on that. The other one on the property, oh, I guess I can only talk about this one. Okay. But here's the information on that. So I'll give it to Mr. Urakiti, and it is on 5 acres. When he showed me it was 10, it's actually 5. So he gave me that at the water board. So there's the information from the Idaho Water Board for y'all to go over. They also have wells in Mountain Home that are being monitored, and if y'all look at it, this town is going to run out of water really quick. If you look on there, you can look up how it's going down, 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 down. If it doesn't snow, it doesn't rain, it doesn't matter how many wells you drill. There's no water in the aquifer. There is no water. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? All right, seeing none, go ahead and close the public hearing, Mr. Bell.
Chairman,
Yes.
that last person who ran out of time, it might be appropriate if she had other thoughts.
Perfect, Krista. If you have extra thoughts, if you want a second testimony, come on.
I was just gonna make a point about
Thanks,
the
Jen.
extra traffic and the extra garbage. People throwing stuff out their windows. The garbage that this subdivision is gonna let blow around. I know another person on the other side of the subdivision next to this proposed is complaining about all of their construction trash blowing all over her property that she needs to pick up or pay somebody else to pick up.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Go ahead and bring you back up. Last I remember, you're hooking on the city water. Okay, so no wells need to be worried about there. You're on city water. From my calculations, it's in another additional 76, which it's going to put us at 328 EDUs. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Commission?
Chairman, if I can.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, regarding that very last comment, That's one I've not heard in a long time. But blowing debris and garbage from construction sites, I believe Mr. Urquidi and I were on a governing body that adopted an ordinance prohibiting that. And so if he's building and his property's in the city limits and his garbage blows off, he's subject to some sort of fine. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a city ordinance.
People, like, same thing with dust or something. I mean, if people call Public Works when they're doing a construction, like Thunderbolt, for example, you can have to make sure that they have their water truck out there taking care of that. Same thing, if there's a complaint, if they call, we'll make sure that we take care of it.
Okay, perfect. Travis, you got something?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know if we talked about it last time. I can't remember our previous February meeting, but did we talk about emergency services as far as fire trucks down that single lane? The turnaround access, or?
We did, and I don't remember exactly.
The conclusion.
Brock, what did you come up with? Because I know that has to have 2 entrances.
Yes. I think a lot of it is going to really be that entry road is sufficient. I can tell you that the fire marshal has seen the expansion, and he has given his market certification that we're able to serve it.
Okay.
But I would expect that if there are any huge implications, it will definitely be demonstrated in the. For that. That it will definitely be illustrated within the preliminary plat. Being a planned use development, this type of development is a little bit more flexible. So let's say that we came back and for some reason it was like, oh, we got to have another one. That's something that could be installed without jeopardizing the approval potentially given by the city council today.
I also have another question if I can, please. Is the EDU the same for the work-live units than it is for just a live unit? That's the exact same thing, regardless of usage? Okay. That's it.
You and me both are like, what are we missing right now?
Just a fire.
Stop.
Hopefully it's not a one-way street.
With no outlet, yeah.
Commission, anything else? I do want to address the part where it says there's been a lot of questions from the community about whether or not the school district is talked to. Yes, every single time. The school district is given actually letters and notices to let them know this is the development that's going on. Mr. James Gilbert himself is the one that determines whether or not he's going to respond to that. So if there's no response given to Brock, the district has been communicated with at every single level. So that's ultimately, and being in the public school system here, I know that Mr. Gilbert is looking for the future of what we're going to do for that expansion. That's why one of the reasons that they're running the bond for a new high school. Another good, they're looking at a potential for what it looks like on the south side of town, because they know that's a lot of growth, putting another elementary school down there. So the district is very much aware of the growth and the expansion, and Mr. Gilbert is being communicated with every step of the way, just so everybody's aware.
Just to dovetail on that real quick.
Do it.
That development impact fee statute, police, fire, streets, not schools.
Right.
Omitted intentionally from the statute. So just so you're aware, they're not permitted by statute. Otherwise, they would be on there. So
Call your state representatives.
Yep.
Proceed.
Commission, anything else? If there's no questions, no comments or concerns, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to recommend to City Council a request by, I may mess up the name, Tyrim LLC, representing Kaisa Cruz to amend the existing 10th Street neighborhood R4 floor plan unit development, the existing approved PUD request allow for master plan development consisting of townhomes, live-work housing units, commercial space, and open space amenities. The expansion request will include single-family units, storage facilities, daycare, and additional open space amenities. The existing PUD is located on parcel of land located on South 10th East Street, formerly Daniels Road, east of Southwest Silverstone Avenue, west of South 10th East Street, with the following conditions. Subject to site plan amendments as required by building, public work, fire, and zoning officials to comply with applicable city codes and standards. 2, all future development will comply with the use and bulk and coverage controls provided in attachment number 9, proposed planned unit agreement. And 3, since the subject property is located in the floodplain, the applicant will be required to establish base elevation B&E study and comply with local, state, and federal regulations regarding development within a floodplain before any building permits are allowed.
Okay, have first, have second. Second by Billy. Travis.
Aye.
Good. Nancy? Mark?
Aye.
And I as well. Motion passes. Thank you. Last but definitely not least, we have a zoning title and amendment, home occupation from the applicant of Randy Scales, a request by Randy Scales to consider changes to an ordinance of the city of Mountain Home, Idaho, amending Title 9, Chapter 9, Section 16, 9-9-16, home occupation. The amendment would allow for home occupation which deviate from the existing 9-9-16 home occupation standards with a conditional use permit. Mr. Cherry.
Cherry.
What we have before us is a zoning title amendment, which has been initiated by a private citizen, who is Mr. Randy Scales, who is with us today.
That's a rural fire.
Sorry. He is seeking to amend the city's current ordinance concerning home occupations. City code states that the purpose of a home occupation is to permit limited legal business activities within a dwelling while retaining the residential character of the dwelling and the residential districts, and to preclude any activities which are a nuisance, offensive, or hazardous to a residential neighborhood. It is the responsibility of the home occupation permittee to be a good neighbor and to have due regard for the importance of their neighborhood, which reflects the quality of life in the city. Further, the home occupation permit has certain conditions of approval, which do include that they must operate within the principal dwelling. They cannot operate in a detached accessory building. It has to be within the principal building. They cannot utilize more than 25% of that building for their home occupation. All of the materials have to be indoors, and there is no allowed business signage. What is being proposed by the applicant today, that if someone was to ask to deviate from those rules, that they could do so via a conditional use permit. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But this is the draft.
So the comprehensive plan, I looked at, there's basically two things you're looking at. The comprehensive plan obviously speaks to economic development, creating business opportunities, and allowing for neighborhood commercial type businesses. It speaks about live-work units and being able to provide services which would normally be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which would be harmonious with a surrounding neighborhood. But it also speaks about community design and the importance of ensuring neighborhood character, ensuring that you have uses which are not going to take away the quiet enjoyment of the residential use of someone's property. I believe for that reason, the applicant is asking that if there is a deviation, that he be allowed to pursue a conditional use permit so that this body, along with the city council, could look at the area specifically on a case-by-case basis. With that, I don't have anything new. I can tell you that as far as the process goes of notifying, putting it in the paper, and having a hearing, that we have met those standards. And with that, I would yield my time to Mr. Scales and go from there.
Okay. First of all, the fact that you have stayed this long and you are willing to just talk about a conditional use permit, very impressive. So,
Not a conditional use permit. This is a zoning title amendment.
Excuse me, you know what I mean. Anyway, come on up.
Randy Scales, 230 South 10th East.
Okay, talk to us about title amendment that you're looking for.
So the title, the current statute code here in the city is very limiting to having any kind of business in-home. I want to own a gym. There's no feasible way to do that for the CrossFit gym that I want to. Did they get the copy of my? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's.
It didn't get it.
So it's.
There should be a staff report. Should be a letter. There's a letter that gone.
The letter
There was a
that
letter.
came with it. So
anything of that.
CrossFit's like the new wave of fitness in the fitness world. You work out for an hour, the workout's programmed for you. Mountain Home doesn't offer that. The reason when I started this, I bought a piece of equipment from an airman on base. He brought it to the house and he was like, "Hey, we don't do this here in town." So him and 6 other dudes drive to Boise 4 days a week and pay $150 a month to go work out in Boise and then drive back to the base. So I was like, well, I could do this. I'm a CrossFit trainer, certified. So I started looking into it, started talking with Brock, and he was like, yeah, the city doesn't really allow you to do it. So instead of just building my building and doing it behind closed doors, I want to do it right. I want the city to be involved. And so that's why I'm here trying to amend it. I don't want to amend it because I think that there's some things that are applicable in those rules. I just want to add a line in it that allows you guys to afford homeowners the opportunity to come in with a business plan and say, like, this is what our intentions are. So perfect. That's why I'm here.
Sounds pretty straightforward to me. Commission questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify. I mean, the main point is just to have the detached, right?
And the 25%.
And the 25%. And then when I looked at this, Brock, doesn't say it on here, but I guess this part in the packet is the existing ordinance, where it talks about in number 3 that not more than 25% of the gross floor area of the dwelling unit be used.
Correct.
Is the back one the proposed draft?
Yes. There should be a number 10, which is highlighted, and that would be the proposed amendment.
Well, unless I read number 3 wrong, it didn't seem to change any. Huh?
Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
If I might, I think this might help. What he's saying is, right now, under B, home occupation must meet all of the following criteria, 1 through 9. What seeking to amend is saying, if you deviate, if you're going to deviate from 1 through 9, you need to go through the conditional use permitting.
Oh, I see. So you're not trying to change that. You're just trying to add a line that allows deviation to go through the process. Oh, I totally
So
misunderstood that.
if I wanted to use 35%, I'd have to come with a conditional use.
Absolutely. On a case-by-case basis.
Well, and so I guess I would say, and you should be aware of this as well, which I just went, should I kick this on 3 minutes?
Yeah.
So, that I would have eyes on, particularly if I was someone applying for one of these, eyes on 917, all of the steps for obtaining a conditional use permit. So this kicks you into another section of code that has a whole bunch of other stuff. Action of council, resubmittal, but it lists some findings. Conditions may be attached, minimize adverse impact on other development, control sequence of timings, control duration, require more restrictive standards than those generally required. These are all conditions that can be attached. And then there's findings, which are similar to the findings other ones, but these are general standards for all conditional uses. Constitute and allowed conditional use in that zone is determined by Chart 7. So you might not be able to do that. I guess there might be some more amendments that are needed. For example, if a gym isn't an allowed or conditional use in your zone, maybe. Anyway, we might need to do some more tweaking. But I think you're on the right track. I just would say, once you get there, then you've got a whole bunch more hoops in the conditional use permitting section. But this gets you there, allows the deviation.
Okay.
I guess the conditional use permitting section could circle you back to that and just go, we're just trying to grant some sort of relief from that. Anyway.
So one thing I want to make sure is we don't sit there and go, okay, we like this idea, let's go ahead and pass this idea along, but then all of a sudden Randy's left with, oh, now I got these many more hoops I have to jump through.
Yeah, that's the only caution I would give you. Okay. It is this whole 917 is
the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then ITD.
Nancy.
I'm just on the 25% of the gross floor area of the dwelling. Does the gross floor area, did you say garage? Did you say you wanted to put it in the garage?
Yes.
That's detached.
Is that part
That's
of the gross?
detached.
So that would be, you would have to go back
It's
to.
detached.
Yep.
Oh.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're talking about attached, because based on the original verbiage. Now, let me ask this question, perhaps. What is the problem with it being detached? Or what's the potential to, instead of making the variation, seeking a conditional use permit?
In my experience, your general home occupation ordinance is designed to protect the neighborhood. Basically, they say you can have a business, but I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to tell that you have a business.
I see.
They don't want signs, they don't want
They want to keep it small, and it look like part of your house.
And that's
I get
the
it.
reason. So I believe that was the intent of all of these guidelines, that you have to fit, because it makes you more and more and more invisible.
Sure. Okay.
Now, is that the best thing to do? I'm not sure. I would tell you to look at the comprehensive plan and.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is your ordinance. You and the city council's ordinance. If there's a part of this home occupation section that doesn't make any sense to you, you can bust out your pen and fix it. Well, while we got the hood up.
So I think personally, going back to what Jeff was saying, is with the initial of the conditional use permit, we have to be careful that whatever's being proposed fits within that zone. So if you're in an R2 and you're looking for, or an R3 and you're looking for a conditional use permit for home occupation, and your home occupation is to fix cars, that's not going to work very well. Now, understanding it is case by case, but at the same time, we have to be considerate of the fact that certain zones allow for certain things.
Which is why people don't come to these and they just fix cars in their garage with their door shut. So, let's fix it.
Look at you being that positive. Like, hey, we got
Not a business.
I like the idea. I like where this is going. There are buys in the future, but looking at each amendment as we move along the process, I think it can be a really good thing. I love the idea of opening up a gym, especially something that's at home, and you can do that. That's cool. That's great. I love it. And then the next person that comes in and says, I want to open a botanical garden, and go, which is sitting right behind you.
I know.
And so one of those things, it's one thing, but I like the idea that it's a case by case, and this commission would have the wherewithal to be all like, doesn't quite fit within that realm. So I'm all for it, commission, but it's up to you.
Well, I don't. What we're being asked to do this evening is pretty straightforward. I mean, it's not gonna.
Can you give me a motion so I can go home?
I can't think anymore.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I recommend for approval, a request by, two city council, request by, I'm sorry.
Public hearing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Did we have a public hearing?
No.
No, we didn't.
We did not.
Oh, cancel.
Good.
I'd like to open up to public hearing for anybody who would like to talk about the amending of, the addition to, help me out, what are we doing?
Zoning request.
Zoning title amendment. Rich wants to go home. He's irritated with me too. Anybody want to talk about this?
Let the people be free.
Do you want to say that on the record?
Saying none. I'm closing the public hearing. Mark, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council approval of the request by Randy Scales to consider changes to the ordinance of the City of Mount Home, Idaho, amending Title 9, Chapter 9, Section 16, 9-9-16, home occupation. The amendment would allow for home occupations which deviate from the existing 9-9-16 home occupation standards with a conditional use permit.
First, have a second. Second by Billy. Travis.
Aye.
Billy. Nancy.
Aye.
Mark. Aye as well. Congratulations. No new business, old business. We're not done, ladies and gentlemen, because we have to vote on this one as well. I am seeking a motion for a request for R4. Nope. I am seeking a motion for an action item recommendation findings of fact for an R4 planned unit development preliminary plat for Labella Estates.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve Gary and Wendy Carlton, LaBelle Estates PUD subdivision application PZ 22-19 and 20 for approval to the City Council.
First by Billy, second.
Second.
Second by Travis. Mark?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Travis?
Aye.
Billy? Aye as well. No department head items, no items requested for commission staff. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned at 10:10.